What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, November 20th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Ty Richardson from ESPN Arkansas will join us at 7:30 to preview the Longhorns and the Hogs. Our man Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will stop by at 8:40 to give you his winners for the upcoming football weekend. We've got the sound from Steve Sarkisian on the SEC coaches call, emphatically saying that he is staying at the University of Texas beyond 2025. We will get to that. Our first injury report of the week for Texas and Arkansas. And the president is trying to make a change to the Bucks' favorite fast food item. Oh, yeah. This has gone national. We'll get to all of that and plenty more on a Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. We appreciate y'all starting your mornings off with us. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. Just waiting for the rain to come. Got a lot of wind last night. Not a lot of water out this way in Dripping Springs, and looks like it'll be off and on today. It's cloudy. Clouds are moving, which I thought they'd be moving from west to east, but they look like it's moving east to west right now. But things will change up. We will have rain. We will have some wetness. My body's feeling like, my God, it's feeling like I'm about to go jump in the pool. It's hurting so bad. I told you before the show I had a run-in with my dog yesterday, trying to be a wonderful owner and pet him and play with him. And he's too big to be playful with, for me. And so he was running at full speed, back and forth, dodging me. And out of nowhere, he ran into the back of me and took me off my feet. Of course, that didn't take very much for him being 145 and me being 155.
Oh, no.
And he went through me like crap through a goose. And I went up in the air and I landed on my shoulder. I did not hit my head. Once again, great job for fall school there. But I did hit the point of my shoulder. My shoulder is sore. And my watch went off and it says, "I see you've taken a fall. Do you need help?" And I'm like, how long do I have to get off the ground? My wife wasn't around. She was in the house on the phone. And so I'm laying in the backyard there in the muck. And I'm trying to figure out, how do I roll around here and get onto my knees and up off the ground before this thing starts calling like EMS or whatever. So I've really got to find out more about how long do you have before it starts dialing people that you really haven't gotten up, and maybe you can't answer it, They asked me, do you need assistance or do you need help or something? And I just rolled up and got up, and then it went away. I think once you get off the ground, it leaves you alone. But if you stay down there after you've taken a fall, it must start dialing 911 or something.
That's pretty impressive technology that it recognized that right away.
It did. Right off the bat. I hit, my elbow hit, my shoulder hit, and I lay there for a second. I'm like, you stupid ass dog. When I get up, I'm going to kill you like I can go catch him. And so I rolled around, and then once I saw it, I'm like, dude, I think you got to get up in like three or 4 minutes or something. You got to get off the ground. So I got off the ground and stood up and walked around and saw that my body parts were still okay. Nothing but a bruised shoulder, no head injury. But
thank God you're okay, and thank God you invented fall school. Prevent that noggin from taking a hit.
Dude, that would have been because it's hard out back. It hadn't rained yet, so that ground around my ear is pretty solid. It's like hitting cement. The last fall I had was face first at the movie theater, so it's been a while since then. And so I've been, doing some rehab stuff. There's nothing that's going to help you if the dog takes your legs out from it. That dog, you know how big that dog is. If he takes your legs out, there's no fall school. There's nothing that you're going to do that's going to stop you from going down. He's not going to hit me and stop.
No,
I don't weigh enough for him to stop.
That dog's bigger than you. I know you said you're 10 pounds heavier, but I don't believe you. That dog is a monster.
Yeah, so
he's dumb too. I love him, but he is dumb. So his awareness, his spatial awareness is like 0 out of 10.
Yeah, and he's kind of nimble, because he jumps the wall and runs down and chases the bus and the cars all day long. That's what he does. That's how he gets his exercise. But I'm like, can't you avoid me going full speed? I mean, come on, dude. I mean, dodge around me. He was, but he's not it's not that kind of play dog. Now you can pet him and stuff like that, but you're not like chasing him and making moves with him. That's what I see him do with the deer by the fence. They go up and down the fence line running and stopping. And I can't do that with him because he's out of control because he's like the Longhorns. He's like the Longhorns penalty situation. He's the dumbest in the land. He's not the second dumbest.
You almost had to call Hurricane Hecht on yourself.
Yeah,
what do you do there if your own dog gets you? Do you sue yourself?
No, I sue my wife.
All right. I'm sure Hurricane Hecht would take that case.
Yeah, I just got to figure out more about this phone. I got to find out what it is and how long I have to get up. I got up pretty quick. I got up within about 2 minutes. But, at this age, you just don't push yourself up. You get rolled on your knees, and then you put one leg up. If that one's working, then you pull yourself up, and then you go.
So I just did a quick Google search here, Buck. How long do I have after a fall before my Apple Watch calls EMS? Here's what I got. After an Apple Watch detects a hard fall, it will automatically call emergency services. If it detects you have been immobile for about a minute, it will then start a 30-second countdown, giving you time to cancel the call before it connects automatically. If you don't cancel, it will call emergency services and send a message with your location to your emergency contacts.
Shit.
So you weren't immobile. It sounds like you started at least like.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. I wasn't immobile. I was moving around, trying to roll to get to my – damn. That ain't a lot of time, man.
I was about to say, so if you're not moving, it will start the countdown in 60 seconds, and then sounds like 90 seconds, you're calling 911 right there, and they're on their way.
I like it. What a system, huh?
I'm telling you, you were pretty anti-Apple Watch when you got it, but it's got some pretty cool bits going on.
It's got great bits, so if you're ever somewhere by yourself and you, like you say, you take a tumble and there's nobody around, help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Yeah. I mean, it'll call it for you. That's good. That's good to know.
I got to get you on one of those commercials now.
No, dude. I've learned my lesson. Nice dog, does what it needs to do, but it's not the dog to play with. That's for somebody, in their 30s to mess around with that dog.
Shoot.
I mean, he can hurt. I mean, he hurts. I mean, like he gets all excited about when he's messing with Joyce. And if he jumps on her, he's taller than she is. Not taller than me because I'm a full 5'9". I'm a grown man. So
it's debatable.
Yeah. Well, but her, I mean, he's got those, and he's got those, he doesn't get his talons and stuff cut. So he can rake into you. He can hit you in the chest with those things. That's why I would love for a coyote to get loose inside these gates and see what that fight would be like. It wouldn't last long, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I feel pretty good. I'm ready for some rain. I planted the last of the crops. That's right. I got the last of the lettuce and the broccoli in yesterday, thinking I was going to have rain last night. So I need that rain to come, or it'll get dry in a hurry because it's still humid as a son of a gun outside.
Well, you're calling for rain, so
yeah,
you're trusting yourself on this, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we have rain. We may have rain Saturday morning before the game too.
As long as it's before the game, that's okay. Yeah. I don't want. I'll be at the game this weekend, so I'd prefer to be dry watching the Horns and the Hogs.
Yeah, I think it'll be dry by then anyway. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it. We appreciate it any day, but during these holidays, it's very special to us, and hopefully some of you will get to see your loved ones. But if not, please be careful out there.
Well said, as always. Glad you are okay, and glad everyone is with us here on a Buck Off Thursday.
Yeah, and folks, start to have your head on a swivel because traffic is – people are starting to try to get out of here for next week. They stretch this bad boy out. It's Thursday. Tomorrow nobody's working. They're hitting the roads tomorrow for sure. But today, a lot of you who generally hit the road on Fridays are hitting it now if you're going to visit folks in the state of Texas. So –
oh, yeah.
Be careful. Everybody look out for each other.
No doubt about that. All right. Let's get to Steve Sarkisian's comments. Before we get to that, let's remind everybody about what Desmond Howard had to say a few days ago. We played the sound, but we haven't showed the video, at least on this show, of Desmond Howard taking out his trash at his Miami home and talking about Steve Sarkisian's future at Texas. And let's play that first, and then we will play Steve Sarkisian's comments from the SEC coaches call yesterday in response to Desmond Howard. But here is the college football great and longtime host of College Game Day talking about Coach Sark earlier this week.
Happy Monday morning, everybody. I'm here taking out this garbage. Had a couple of thoughts. One is, man, I miss the Twins. But as I'm walking past this tennis ball in my yard, I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. Maybe a mutual parting of ways. You dig? Anyway, you guys have a great Monday.
Very interesting there, you dig. I don't know about all that. I don't know where he got all that information, but somebody was saying something to him, and he may have fallen for it. But I mean, we've heard about Sark leaving before, so that was, but when you hear about the Dolphins and Dez living right there in Miami, that seemed to try to have legs, I guess. I don't know why he would say it unless he knew something about it. That seemed that would be obnoxious and kind of stupid for him not to get that from somebody that's reliable. I don't know what he would be trying to prove by saying that.
It's pretty interesting journalism right there, right? Desmond Howard recording himself saying that as he was rolling out his trash bin. Like, that's the setting Howard's going to use to insinuate that one of the biggest jobs in the country was about to open up, and nobody knows about it except for me. So this is how I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to say it on College Game Day. I'm just going to tell you as I roll out my trash can and, oh, look at this tennis ball that I walk by. Like, that's the setting there?
Yeah, that was kind of like I said, that's just a weird setting. And we like I said, we've already heard that. We've heard this tale before, so but yeah. I'm glad the response from Sark is, I mean, it wasn't swift, but coaches don't do anything swift. They have to, they want to pretend they're well thought out before they start saying stuff. And all he had to do was say what he said yesterday. That would have been plenty for me.
Yeah, well, Steve Sarkisian yesterday, I mean, this is the first time Steve Sarkisian has been put in front of a microphone since those comments went viral Monday afternoon. Obviously, Sark met with the press on Monday morning here in Austin, but Desmond Howard didn't post that video until later in the day. So the next time Sark was allowed to speak to anybody was on the SEC coaches call that happens every Wednesday. And Steve Sarkisian didn't hold back. This is 2 minutes and 17 seconds worth of sound that we're about to play. The audio quality not as high as our typical sound because, again, this was not your typical press conference setting down on the 40 acres. This is on the SEC coaches call. So this is Chip Brown recording this Zoom from his computer, and he sent this to us. Here was Coach Sark yesterday talking about all of the rumors about his future.
Yes, I'd like to comment on something before I get into our team, something that has been bothering me now over the past few weeks, and that is people reporting that or insinuating that there's a possibility I could leave the University of Texas, and that is absolutely false and untrue. I'm not going anywhere. Never do I do this because I never want to be a distraction, so I never address these things. But at this point now, I feel like that is important that I do this because it's important for our team. It's important for our university. I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with the university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team, about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships. I've got 2 kids enrolled at the University of Texas, 1 in law school, 1 on our team. I've got a 3rd that hopefully decides to enroll at the University of Texas next fall, and my wife and I just had our son here in Austin. This is our home. We came here to win championships. We've built a damn good football program over the 5 years that we've been here. We've been to 2 college football playoffs. We won a Big 12 championship. We went to the SEC championship game in year 1. We've had 23 players drafted the last 2 years, which is more than any other school in the country. And our team GPA is at an all-time high. So can we please stop putting things out there that you have absolutely zero evidence on? And then can we please stop retweeting, putting it back out there as if it's true, as if it's the gospel? It is not true. If you have a question about my future, call me or call Chris Delconte, our athletic director, and we can set the record straight for you. So if everybody understand. So moving forward, when some Joe Blow decides to put something on social media out there, we all don't run with it like it's the gospel. Can we all agree on that on this call? And if you have a question about my future with the University of Texas, ask me on one of these calls. Ask Chris Delconte. He'll be more than happy to take your call so that we can set the record straight, so that we can focus on our football team, which is really what we should be doing. Everybody good with that?
Yeah. Yes, Snarky. Yes, we're good with that. That was direct, and that should have been said probably weeks ago. And when the first one came out, he should have said that I want to be here. I'm staying here. Then there wouldn't be any in-betweens, or we wouldn't have to wait weeks or whatever to find out if it's. Just tell people if it's true. Just tell them right away. I mean, when the young lady brought that up, BK, it should have been. I know it's game day, but that Monday that should have been part of his deal to just say, I'm not going anywhere. So the next one that comes up, because there'll be another one that'll come up, and then there'll be another one. Just tell people, there's no reason to wait. There's no reason for you to have your representatives or Chris Delconte say anything. Do exactly what you just did yesterday. Have a press conference yourself, impromptu, wherever it is, in your house, in the backyard, roll out the trash or whatever and say it yourself so that people can see it. And then that should be enough. I mean, that's enough for me. So if it comes up again, I'm just going to take the guy. I'll just take the dude's word for it.
Well, Steve Sarkisian did respond to the Diana Rossini report in his post-game press conference after the win over Mississippi State, and he was pretty pissed at that point too, that report had gotten out and it had gone viral, and he was mad that he had to answer for it on game day. So I thought he was pretty emphatic in that a couple of weeks ago.
The guys never say that I'm here. This is where I want to be. This is where I'm.
Well, even if he said that a few weeks ago, if Desmond Howard posts the video, Steve Sarkisian still has to do exactly what he did yesterday, no? Like he just has to say it again?
No, he doesn't have to say it again for me. All he has to do is say it one time. I'm not going anywhere. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to win championships. So when the next one comes up, then I don't have to. I'll just say for Desmond Howard, that's, the guy just told us he's not going anywhere. I think if you not have your representatives do that, which, like I said, they'll all do that. They don't want to feel like they're the ones who say it. You know what I'm saying? Like if something comes up and then they do leave, they can say, I never said that. But if you just tell them flat out, I'm not going anywhere, and that's fine. I just, like I said, that's all he needed to do for me. I mean, if he'd have done that weeks ago, I'd have been fine. And I'm fine now.
Yeah. So do you think we could put this to bed?
Do I truly?
Yeah.
I'll take his word for it, yes.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty direct and to the point from Steve Sarkisian there. Again, he talked for more than 2 minutes and 15 seconds going, straight.
You can only take a man for his word. I mean, that's his word. We heard his words. He wasn't that. Nobody else said those. He said those himself.
Yeah, saying the reports that he could possibly leave the University of Texas are absolutely false and untrue. He said, I'm not going anywhere. He said he or his agent haven't had any discussions with another school or with any NFL team. Said he came here to win championships. He added that he has a couple of kids who attend school at the University of Texas and another kid who might start next year. I think that kid has to apply. Kid's automatically in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The baby's already automatically in.
Your baby's already automatically in. Like, he didn't pull any punches. He's not happy about this reporting about him that's going on, and he was adamant that none of it has.
Hey, he gave the GPA. Yeah. How about that?
Right in the GPA. I knew that would get you.
Yeah.
I knew that would get you. It's just funny because you're the guy who always is trying to convince me that it's about the student athletes. And I'm like, no, these are athlete athletes.
No,
Nobody cares
dude,
about the school.
Dude mentioned the GPA like somebody really gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit.
Right.
But it was nice for him to mention it anyway. Made me feel good.
Yeah, I don't know. So very little wiggle room this time around from Steve Sarkisian.
No.
I mean, he was pretty emphatic with what happened in Starkville after that Mississippi State game, calling the report absolutely ridiculous. But you are right. He didn't go out and say a few weeks ago that, oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying at Texas beyond this year. Yesterday, he left no wiggle room. And I think it's important because National Signing Day is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that for sure. Now, if that's Joey Freshwater saying that to you right now, I'm going, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Joey Freshwater was not nearly as emphatic.
No.
And we even, we've heard stories of Joey Freshwater having his family flown to Baton Rouge and Gainesville to look at the campus.
Really.
We haven't heard that, L'Oreal Sarkisian is hanging out in Miami or in New York or in Tennessee with one of these NFL jobs right now. Haven't quite gotten that far yet. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, National Signing Day 2 weeks away. You know that other coaches,
of course,
have been using this against Texas, right? And negatively recruiting Texas. Hey, you sure you want to go there? Your coach is about to leave. Aren't you seeing these reports? Aren't you seeing Desmond Howard take out his trash?
Yeah, come on, man.
And nowadays in college football, because of the transfer portal, there are opposing coaches reaching out to current players on the Longhorns roster saying, you sure you want to stay? Your coach is about to leave. You don't want to be a part of that, do you? You want to come enter the portal and head where we're at.
That is all true.
Yeah, so that's why Steve Sarkisian had to be that strong with his comments, and he had to leave no doubt that he is going to remain as the head coach.
He's got to be that strong if he truly means that. I mean, he could have been kind of flighty if he, or he could have said, my people are going to speak about this later. But as of now, I've got to worry about Arkansas, Texas A&M. I've got a season still. We got some things that we want to accomplish. I mean, he could have come with that instead of saying, I'm here. He could have said there's games to be played. He could have said some other stuff. But he said, I'm not going anywhere. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, I think that was pretty clear and cut and dry. And look, does that mean Steve Sarkisian is going to be here 2027, 2028, 2029? I don't know. But I think it means that Steve Sarkisian is going to be here for 2026.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I believe that for sure. Yeah.
And that's good news. I know there are some of our listeners who aren't real thrilled with Steve Sarkisian right now. And look, this year hasn't gone the way that any of us wanted.
No, it's disappointing to the fans. It's disappointing to the coach. It's disappointing to the team.
All right.
I mean, that happens. There's a lot of fan bases that have had disappointment for a long, long time that are hopeful. So this team has gone to two straight semifinals. I mean, we still do remember what it was like here before.
Right. I still feel like Steve Sarkisian.
I don't like when the coach starts getting to be like his predecessor at times. I mean, when he starts acting like Tom Herman and doing Tom Herman type things, that's not good.
Well, he's had a lot more success than Tom Herman ever had at the University of Texas.
Well, yeah, I mean, his goodwill is built up pretty much top level, top notch stuff, but it doesn't take much to break that kind of shit down. It just doesn't.
Tom Herman's best year at Texas was 4 losses, and Steve Sarkisian has a chance to end this disappointing year at 9-3.
Sure.
So, he's accomplished a lot more. And I think that's a good point. Like, you got to remember what Texas football was before Steve Sarkisian got here. He's done a tremendous job as the head coach of this program, and I think he's earned the opportunity to get things turned around. And look, I think there's got to be a little soul searching for Coach Sark this offseason.
If he needs help, he's got to do what's best for the football program. Yeah. And if there's other things and other staff members that he's going to have to change around or go to find somebody that may be better, that fits a little bit better to what he's looking for, then you have to do that. That's what CEOs are supposed to do.
Yeah, I agree. And Chris Del Conte is going to give him every opportunity to do that.
Sure.
I think Sark and CDC are going to meet after the season, and Chris is going to say, what do you need? What do you need from me? And we got to pay buyouts for coaches to leave. We got to go hire better assistant coaches. We got to bring in more transfers this year. You tell me what you need so this type of season doesn't happen again and we can get back to the playoff.
I'm keeping everybody. What is it that you need from a management standpoint to make your team better? Do you go out and get some offense and buy some offensive linemen? Well, you better look at yourself in the mirror. The first person that leads to look at themselves is the guy who made that statement. He's got a lot of work to do when this offseason comes. Win, lose, or draw. He can't roll this back the same.
No, you can't. You got to make some changes after this year, unless Texas somehow makes the playoff and goes on another run in the playoff, which
Absolutely.
anybody think is going to happen at this point? No. But yeah, I mean, you can't go from where you've been the last couple of years and have this type of season after starting preseason number 1 and just say, we're going to run it back without making any changes. No, you've got to make some changes. But again, I don't think this is the situation where you need to move on from the head coach. I think this is good news that the head coach isn't ready to move on from you, because he's had a lot of success here. I think he's proven to be one of the best coaches in college football, and I have the faith that he's going to get Texas back to where it's been in 2023 and 2024.
Well, I thought it'd be a 9-3 season, so now I'm looking right at it. But it's going to be hard.
I thought you said one more loss than last year, which was 10-2.
More regular season loss.
Yeah, that's 10-2.
No,
you keep saying that. You keep trying to change your preseason prediction on the people. Come on, man. I'm sure you said one more loss than last year. And they were 11-1 last year.
Yeah, maybe I keep forgetting that it was only one loss.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up losing 3, but one of them was the SEC title and one of them was the college football playoff semifinal.
I think I meant to say 3 losses this year.
Yeah, maybe I meant to say 4 then. Oops.
But then again, I don't even know if we're hey, the season's not over.
Season not over, of course. I mean, look, they've got an Arkansas team that's played a lot of teams close coming up this weekend, and obviously an undefeated Texas A&M team coming to town next Friday. So
we're not worried about them. Don't worry about them.
Well, there's a lot of noise around Texas football, and this is nothing new. This is nothing. Every time Texas loses, there's a lot of noise surrounding this team. We saw it after Florida. We saw it after Ohio State. Now we're seeing it after Georgia, but you got to wonder, okay, that loss to Georgia was really bad. Now Texas is number 17 in the college football playoff rankings. There are people sticking a fork in this season already saying it doesn't matter what you do in these last 2 games. You're not making the playoff. So you wonder, is the motivation level going to be where it needs to be this Saturday? And then also all of these Sark rumors going around, like that's another distraction for this football team.
Or a team that doesn't need any distractions.
A team without distractions isn't playing all that well. So you do wonder how that's going to impact the on-field performance these last 2 games. But, I don't know. I feel good about Saturday. I think Saturday's going to be close because that's just what Arkansas does in 2025. And then, all right, A&M game could be the difference between you making the playoff and you playing in the Mayo Bowl or something.
Sun Bowl, baby. El Paso, here we come.
Would you put mayo on yourself if we're in the Mayo Bowl?
I could splatter someone some spots.
Dunk a. What does that mean?
I'm not smothering myself in mayo. I'm not a big mayo guy.
Put some on some spots. Do I want to know what spots you're?
No, you don't need to know now. When the time comes, I'll give you the bread, and then you can just go ahead from that point on.
I am not going to be lathering you in mayo. That might be a fantasy of yours, but I'm sorry. I'm going to have to let you down there. All right, so we'll get back into this. Again, Steve Sarkisian emphatically saying that he is not going anywhere. Do you believe him? Are we going to have to deal with another report at some point between now and the offseason? We'll dive back into that. We've got Ty Richardson from ESPN Arkansas joining us in about 2 minutes. But before we chop it up with Ty, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Go to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. It is, of course, Thursday is prime to wine. Half-price bottles of wine, folks, with your prime rib dinner. And they've got a great prime rib supper there, believe me, at the League Kitchen and Tavern. 4 locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. Great prices on single glasses of wine. Of course, select beers and cocktails just for you. All day breakfast, happy hour from 3 to 6. And Lonnie's, how about this? How about Lonnie's new chicken sandwich? The Nashville spicy chicken sandwich from Lonnie. The maker of Lonnie's famous fried chicken has now got how about this? A spicy Nashville flavored chicken. That is what they call the burger. I'm going to call it the sandwich of the month. So enjoy the great food at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. And, of course, all day breakfast there, the Cobb salad. And, folks, the locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. You won't be able to see figure skating there because football will be on the TVs there. You can only find figure skating at my place.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be coming to your place if that's the sell. If you want to watch figure skating on a college football Saturday or NFL Sunday, go to Bucky's place. Yeah, all right, your place will be empty.
I'm sorry Ty has to hear that. He's probably going, my God, they got a figure skating dude on there?
I know.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, the guy who used to coach running backs at the University of Texas is now our figure skating expert. What a time to be alive. Shout out to OLIPOP. Hey, what a time to be alive because this stuff exists. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I've got the classic root beer flavor this morning. One of more than 20 different options to choose from. OLIPOP is great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Unlike the root beers that you've been drinking in the past that are filled with calories and sugar and a bunch of crappy ingredients that you know aren't good for you, OLIPOP has prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, only 3 grams of sugar in this entire can. Every time you support OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health. And again, the taste is fantastic. Your taste buds are going to love it as well. Get you some the next time you're at any grocery store. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Sweet.
All right. I see him in the waiting room. He was 20 minutes early. I don't know if we've ever had a guest show up this early. We appreciate the timeliness. Excited to talk all things Texas, Arkansas with Ty Richardson of ESPN Arkansas. You can follow him on Twitter at Ty Sports Radio. Ty, thanks so much for the time this morning, man. How are you?
BK, Coach, good to be on. I was going to make the trip to Austin this weekend. I've watched 4 straight road losses, so decided with Thanksgiving coming up, a lot of things going on. We're not going to watch another close loss like you guys were talking about.
Spend some time with the family instead, huh?
Yeah, trying to. Bucky, I'm going to be in Ann Arbor for Michigan, Ohio State next weekend, so Thanksgiving's going to end a little bit early. So I felt like that, hey, probably don't need to go to another road trip and watch a devastating 3 or 7 point loss, which is going to happen this weekend. Texas fans can look ahead to Texas A&M. It will be close. You might be clinching a little bit in the fourth quarter, but Arkansas will do Arkansas things, and Texas will walk away with victory. They won't cover, though. I think Arkansas at least covers.
Wow, it's been that kind of season, huh, Ty?
Yeah, it has been very similar to 2023. This team goes on the road and competes. 8 straight losses. I know it's Texas week, and this is significant for Arkansas fans. Bobby Petrino said in the postgame, he said it several times this week, whether it's the teleconference or his regular media session like Sark, but Bucky, BK, it's been rough. It's been real rough.
Ty, what separates that wins from the losses in these tight ball games right now? Is it the coaching because it's you don't have a real head coach, it's scattered coaching guys are doing stuff, that they generally aren't used to doing, or is it positions on this football team?
I think it's turnovers. I think when you were coaching Ricky Williams, that was probably one of the main keys that you were telling him not to do is not fumble the football. And this team turns the ball over. Talen's turned the ball over. Wide receivers, running backs. I mean, Mike Washington, guys, had not had a fumble in his college career. And he fumbles for the first time ever against the Memphis Tigers, and Arkansas goes on to lose that game. There's just been sequences and ways that you can't even fathom how a team loses a football game. And they find a new way every week. We were joking this week. It's like Arkansas is probably going to go to Austin losing overtime because it hasn't happened yet this year. But it's turnovers and penalties, guys. The things that you got to be able to coach up, just they haven't done it yet this fall.
Yeah.
Penalties? Did you say the word penalties? You mean, do you have a dumb team too?
Yeah, they're not. It's it's funny. It's one or the other. Like most times, guys, they have 2 or 3 turnovers, but they don't have a lot of penalties. And then like the one game, they don't turn the ball over. They have almost 10. I think they had a school record 18 penalties against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
So it's one or the other.
It's pretty funny. Texas ranks second to last in the country in penalties per game.
Wow.
But Arkansas ranks second to last in the country in turnover margin this year. So, both teams have been shooting themselves in the foot. Somehow one team is 7-3 and the other team is 2-8. Maybe that's where the coaching comes into play. But yeah, so I can kind of hear it in the tone of your voice. Is there anybody at Arkansas like, oh, we're close, like we're right there? Or is it all like, this sucks. Everything sucks. There's no positive takeaways from this 2025 season.
Well, they have been close. It's hard to deny that outside the Notre Dame game, but you can make a case that they go to Oxford week 3 and win. The season looks different. You kind of knew the season was over when they lose that 1-point game to Memphis where they only scored 1 point in the second half. But that's the story of Arkansas football. Guys, since 2012, after Petrino's exit and John L. Smith took over as their interim, they have, and I can't remember the exact record, but I want to say it's like 18-42 or something like that in one-score games. So this is a like institutional thing. This has been like this for Arkansas football since Petrino hit the ditch in the motorcycle, apparently. It's been rough. I think they'll play Texas close. They had no business being in that game last year. It was a 10-point game. And it was a 3-point game, I think, in the fourth quarter until Quinn Ewers took that team down the end zone and made it 10, and Arkansas was driving, and then CJ fumbled that ball. So it's been this way for over a decade, and it's hard to be an Arkansas fan.
Ty, the quarterback is just such a threat in all aspects. What is it with the turnovers? Are the wide receivers? I mean, is it young wide receivers? Is it just he's just not maturing enough? Because we know one thing: when he takes off and runs, he can take up a lot of acreage in a hurry.
Yeah, Bucky, he's fun to watch. I don't know if I necessarily equate him to Vince Young, but that kind of that dynamic running ability when he gets outside the pocket, it's scary. He's had these turnovers where he's got caught from behind or that. The wide receivers you're talking about, it's been like a different one. It seems like each game, it's not one guy that's fumbling the football. And they've been urging him, and we talked to him with the post game, whether it's Coach Petrino or Coach Pittman earlier this year. It's really not one individual. Now, when the team's not doing good, people want to blame the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Talon has played better than he did last year. But these turnovers, like in Austin, and some of these, not in Austin, in Knoxville, I'm equating the same Orange team, but these games this year have just cost the Arkansas Razorbacks at times. And guys, they have one of the worst defenses that you've seen in quite some time. Art should be able to have one of his best outings of 2025 against Arkansas in 2 days.
Yeah, Ty Richardson from ESPN Arkansas joining us here. I was going to ask you about that defense, Ty. I mean, the numbers don't look good. The Hogs last or second to last in the SEC in pretty much every major statistical category. Is there anything they do right? Is there anything that should instill some fear in Texas fans this weekend?
I think Quincy Rhodes, I know Texas offensive line hasn't been great. Quincy Rhodes is the second guy in sacks, and I'm blanking on y'all's outstanding defensive lineman. That is just not coming to my head, but
Simmons.
Simmons. Yeah, Colin Simmons. He's one of the better SEC pass rushers. So if he can get to Arch, that would be encouraging. Texas last year, again, had a great offensive line. They still managed to get to Quinn Ewers, I think, twice with now current Longhorn, Brad Spence, and then Landon Jackson, who's now in the National Football League with the Buffalo Bills. But that would be the one guy you got to look out for. Other than that, if I'm Ryan Wingo and I'm looking at this secondary, and Petrino's like, man, former player's younger brother, I'm going to have to game plan. I mean, leading wide receiver for the Longhorns. I love watching Wingo play. Anytime he gets a bubble screen or something like he did against Vandy, I'm like, this kid could house it at any moment. So I'm licking my chops if I'm Ryan Wingo and Arch Manning looking at this secondary.
Yeah, he just has to be able to catch the ball. That's his problem. Once he gets it, he's pretty good with it, running with it. His problem is consistency and actually catching it. Mm-hmm. I mean, he catches the bubble screen that's like playing catchy catch, but when you throw it down the field, there's no telling if he's going to make the play or not. Whether it's his thumb, his fingers, his eyes, whatever it is, he just is having a hard time, and it's hard to believe a kid that talented just can't catch.
Why is it always the speed guys, Bucky, that have it? It's like the speed wide receivers have the worst hands on the team, and then the quote unquote possession guys are just slower and they focus. I don't know.
I don't get it with him. He's such a good athlete. I mean, you see him do things. You see his body type. You see him with the ball in his hand. And you would think a guy like that wouldn't be able to protect the ball, that he would have it out here loosely and guys would be knocking it out. He runs like a big running back when he's got the ball, and he's hard to tackle. But damn if he can't, he can't catch the ball from my sister. I mean, you just pray that the ball gets into his hands. Bubble screens, I don't think he's dropped the bubble screen. The ones you got to fling out there so quick to him, it's the ones that just kind of float, or when he's on the move that are just it's hard to imagine a guy that can be that good is your number one guy. He'd be great if he was a number 2 or number 3. It'd be wonderful if he could drop the balls then, and your number 1 caught everything that came to you. But it's the opposite here. It's a struggle for him. Hopefully he'll get over that, or the next level. He won't be at the next level very long if he can't catch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think about like that bubble screen, the bubble screens you referenced. Like even the Vandy one that I talked about earlier, it wasn't a great throw from Arch. He had to kind of like put his hands out and get it. It wasn't in his numbers, and then he just gone. So for Arkansas's sake, you better tackle it the first time. If he breaks one tackle, there's a good chance he can go 65 yards.
Yeah, once he gathers some momentum, that's why I said I bet he'd be a really good running back. Once he gathers momentum, he really is hard to bring down. He's a high leg kick. He goes right through arm tackles. Ty, let me ask you this. My last question to you is this. With them searching for a new head coach, what is the thought in Arkansas? Do they want to really be a part of getting to the championship level, or do they just want to have a winning season? Are the folks around there going to be satisfied with, let's just win 7 games. Let's just get bowl eligible here. Let's just be a part of the SEC and not be at the bottom. Or they truly want to find somebody that can get in there and compete in recruiting, facilities, and everything else at Arkansas.
Bucky, I think Arkansas fans are, with the new college football playoff, and I'm going to guess that's going to expand here soon. You can win 9 games and be in the college football playoff hunt, which theoretically you'll be in the national championship hunt because you're still playing. I think Arkansas fans are like, okay, win 7 or 8 games a year, which now with 9 conference opponents, it's a lot more difficult. They've got road games against Notre Dame and Utah and Oklahoma State in the coming years, which aren't exactly the easiest places to play. We'll see about State, but I think championship, it's just that thought process is done. You can do that in Arkansas basketball. I mean, Cal left Lexington for Fayetteville. The Arkansas basketball job is way more attractive than football. And if you asked me that question, I don't know, 15 plus years ago when Texas A&M and Texas and Oklahoma are in the league, then yeah, you could do that at Arkansas. But you can't anymore. You can't get these Texas kids. Greg McElroy's talked about this. South Lake Carroll kid. It's like all his friends wanted to go to Arkansas because it was cool. It's the SEC. Well, now you got Norman that's closer. You've got College Station and Austin that are in the state. So you can't go get these Texas kids. Plus, Baylor and TCU and SMU's better under Lashley. I just don't see a scenario, and it hurts my soul saying this as a lifelong Razorback fan, as a kid that went there. I can't see them competing for championship. They could hire Nick Saban, and it would still be the most difficult coaching job he's ever done to get a team to a national championship.
Yeah, see, I never thought of it as, hey, SMU's doing well, Tulane, teams that they have to compete with, certain players are doing well themselves right now.
Yeah, it's painful. It was a lot of fun when Arkansas was the only it was the westernmost SEC institution. Yeah. And guys, it ain't like that anymore, BK.
Yeah, Ty Richardson of ESPN Arkansas joining us here. A few more for you, Ty. Yeah, this is something I've seen from Arkansas Twitter, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it as a diehard Razorback fan. NIL money is obviously a big deal in every sport. And I've seen some Hawks fans say, to hell with football. Like, let's just go all in on basketball for Coach Cal. Let's go all in on baseball. I mean, y'all have been very good at baseball for a long time. Is there a big portion, Twitter sometimes is a total lie. You can't always take everything seriously there. But is there a portion of the fan base that's like, man, we're cool being awful at football as long as in those other 2 big 3 sports we are competing at the highest level?
Brad, we occasionally get those texts. It's easier for Arkansas to be better in basketball and baseball. They've been so close in baseball. They just hadn't gotten that first one. Basketball, they wanted 94. They got there in 95, and they've been to a couple Elite Eights recently. So you feel like you've got a Hall of Fame coach. He can get the players here. But it's still a football state. We're in the South, man. Arkansas fans, while they love going up against Abe Lemons and they love going up against Tom Penders, the best rivalry that's ever existed between the 2 schools was Frank Broyles and Darrell K. Royal. It will never, ever eclipse that. And it's football. And Arkansas is way behind the pecking order in that. So while it's awesome to compete and it's awesome to feel like, man, we got a chance to win one in basketball and baseball, you'll just never have, and I'm a basketball guy through and through. I love Arkansas football, but I would take a national championship in basketball. You will never have the same feeling about your school like you do in college football and having success.
Yeah. So where are you at with this coaching search? I can't imagine Bobby Petrino has any chance. I mean, even with the win over Texas and how big of a deal that would be for him and for the entire state, feels like the fact that he started, 0-4, 0-5 is going to prevent him from getting the gig full time. Who's the top target? I'm sure your show has been all about this for the last month and change. Who's the top target for Hogs fans right now?
I think it really differs. Cal kind of came out of the woodworks. No one expected that. And when he got hired, 95% of people were on board. There's always going to be detractors when a coach is hired. I really don't think there's anyone out there that they could get that would get the entire fan base fully locked in. I'm hoping for Dabo Swinney to lose every game, and not that he would end up in Fayetteville, but you just never know. There's coaches like the group of five. Summerall's not going to Arkansas, I don't think. I think he'll end up in Auburn. You've got Alex Golish, whose wife is from Greenwood, which is about 10 minutes where I am. You've got the Jeff Trailers, who's really, really good group of five coach, obviously an incredible high school level coach, won, I think, 3 state championships there. But there's no consensus. Like, John Gruden's the fun entertainment. Like, we're in entertainment, right, doing what we do. Yeah. Our show would be incredible each and every day if John Gruden was that football coach. But does that equate to winning? I don't know. I mean, there's not many guys. We're seeing what's happening with Bill Belichick. How many guys that you know outside of Pete Carroll and Jimmy Johnson that have had success in college and the NFL? It's just rare. Yeah. So, BK, to your question, I don't know if there's necessarily that one guy that everyone wants. There's the pipe dream ones like Dabo. It's just going to be a tough sell, I think, whoever they trot out there, just to be honest. And that's the state of, unfortunately, the fan base right now.
Yeah, it'll be a tough sell for the people, but for a coach, that's a job that's, you take a step from the Tulanes of the world and somebody in the MAC or, the Sun Belt, and if they offer you that job, you don't say, no, I can't win at Arkansas. You say, no, I'll take that job and I'll show you I can win. That's what you may end up with. And that may be the best thing for the program.
Yeah, I think like a guy with a chip on his shoulder. You don't want a guy that's resting on his laurels. That's why, like, this Cal thing, so they go to a Sweet 16 last year, and he's still talking about wanting to win with freshmen. Guys, you haven't, switching gears, you haven't won a college basketball national championship with the freshmen as your top 2 leading scorers since 2015 with Duke. So that scares me a little bit about that. And so I would rather have, not that, listen, this is not a shot at anyone that's like 50 or older, but I want a guy that's going to work 24 hours a day to try and figure this out. Like, he's going to leave it all on the line. Not a guy that wants to put his feet up. Like, Arkansas should be happy to have me. And I'm not saying that's what Cal is, but in order to have success here, you've got to be a hellacious recruiter. You've got to be a good pitcher to these. Like, Arkansas has pockets of money. The number one top of the list Fortune 500 company is Walmart, which is located, their home office in Bentonville. You just got to convince the Waltons, like, hey, Fayetteville could be even a bigger amenity with a good football program. Like, you've already done incredible things for Northwest Arkansas. Why not help Northwest Arkansas to continue to grow? More people want to come here. More people would be good job because it would give people something to do. Like, these second-tier Arkansas fans, what I mean by that, like, Austin's obviously one of the fastest-growing cities. There are people that move to Austin that Texas is their second team, right? Because they're in Austin now. Sure. Fayetteville and Rogers and Bentonville and these places, that's kind of what Arkansas is becoming in Northwest Arkansas, where you've got these transplants coming in, and that could be their second team. The reason you help boost that is with a good football team, and Arkansas simply doesn't have that right now.
Dude, I'm thinking, Ty, like, there's no reason Arkansas can't do what Texas Tech is doing right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I get it. There's more like talented recruits in the state of Texas than there is in the state of Arkansas. That definitely works in Tech's favor. But Walmart money, Tyson chicken money, like, there's enough big donors that support Arkansas that, like, if they just donated what they could, there's no reason Arkansas can't be like, I'm kind of scared. I'm not scared of Arkansas right now, but, like, I'm kind of scared that at some point someone's going to be like, oh, shoot, we could really make this a good football program if we just invest a little bit more.
Think about Cody Campbell's legacy. He's like, I can't take all this money with me. My pride and joy is in Lubbock, Texas with the Red Raiders. And they're sitting at number 5 in the college football rankings.
Yep.
So far, now he probably wants a national championship. I can't speak for him, but his investment's paying off. Like, they're going to be in a college football playoff game and probably will even host. Like, can you imagine the scene? I guess the best college football game that's been there is probably when Texas went there with Michael Crabtree and Colt McCoy and that incredible. I'm sorry, Brad. I didn't mean to bring that up, man. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking for Texas Tech, they haven't had a great memory to the heights since then, probably, right?
Yeah.
And so now you're putting that fan base and that school and that football program in a situation where Cody Campbell's like, we can do this, and that's giving, like you said, BK, the blueprint for a school like Arkansas that traditionally year in, year out can't compete with Texas or Alabama or Georgia or LSU. But that one year, that blip, hell yeah, they can go get it. It's going to take, like you said, that combo. Campbell seems like he's funding the whole thing. There's probably some other oil money guys for Texas Tech or other bigwigs that are helping. But, man, he's probably the most beloved. I know Joe McGuire's up there because they've only lost one game to Arizona State, but I would guess the most beloved guy in Lubbock right now is Cody Campbell.
No question.
No doubt. No doubt about that, man.
All right, Ty, before we let you go, man, how about a game prediction? You kind of referenced it earlier. Look, Arkansas has lost 8 games in a row, but I think 7 of them have been by one score. They're 0-6 in the SEC. Their biggest margin of defeat in the conference is 9 points. So they've been close, but obviously they haven't been able to get over the hump. I think Texas right now, 8.5 point favorites. What's your prediction for what happens at DKR on Saturday?
Razorbacks cover. Texas wins. I'm going to go 31-24 Texas. I know there's a couple guys on the injury report that are questionable. Anthony Hill, Braylon Russell. Curious to see when we get the one tonight, Friday and Saturday, what that looks like. But I'm going to take Arkansas. Again, keeping it a game in the fourth quarter. Texas, though, has too much talent. Arch has a better game. That defense for Texas makes a play when it needs to. Probably makes a couple plays. Wouldn't be surprised if Arkansas continued the turnover trend. And I'm sitting on my couch thinking, man, I'm glad I didn't drive 8 hours to Austin to watch this team lose another close game once again. Jamie Christmas.
I'm worried. I kind of wish you were coming because I'd feel better about Texas winning if you were here. Now,
the jinx.
This is the one game you're not going to. Maybe this is the one game the Hogs win.
You know, BK, the behind enemy lines thing that we do, where I'll go to different stadiums. Arkansas beat Florida in Gainesville for the first time ever in 23, which is where I was at. But, man, my record in these road games the last 2 or 3 years has been atrocious. Now, I attribute that to a bad football team and program, but everyone wants to blame me. So if they do somehow pull off the miracle upset this weekend, which last time Petrino went to Austin, they lost like 52-10, I think, to Colt McCoy.
Yep.
I think I have to look inward, guys. I think I have to look at myself and be like,
Oh, no, don't do that to yourself. It's it's the holidays. Don't worry about that. It's not true.
Oh, man. Well, Ty, this is always fun, man. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Happy Thanksgiving, and I'm sure we'll get the chance to chop it up again soon.
All right, BK. You got it, Bucky. See you guys.
See you, man. Ty Richardson, ESPN Arkansas. His show goes on at 9 o'clock. Check it out. You can follow him on Twitter at I got to make sure I have it. Ty Sports Radio. There you go. That's Ty with an E, Sports Radio. Kind enough to talk all things Texas, Arkansas. And yeah, man, there is so much money in that state with Walmart, with Tyson.
And expectations. I don't know. I like when people go in with high expectations. I don't like the low expectations. Maybe if we get there, it would be nice if we won 7 games. We're in the SEC. I would go in there if you get a job like that. I'm going there with high expectations. I'm asking for a lot of money. I'm going out and selling my ass to the players and say, hey, listen, we can get this done here. If not, you're still going to get paid because that's college football these days. You're going to get paid well, but I need you to come up here and perform. And by the way, you got any other friends that play football? I mean, it would have to be that way. It would be like Lubbock, you know?
That fan base is so beaten and battered. It is crazy. Like, Ty, believe it or not, is one of the more optimistic Hawks fans that still exist. And he's talking about like, yeah, maybe 7, 8, like maybe one time we can get to that 9-win plateau. Yeah. There's another guy I know who covers Arkansas. I talked to him about this. Shoot, I talked to him in Atlanta when I was there for SEC Media Days. And he's like, I don't expect Arkansas to ever make the playoff. Like, if you're asking me, okay, out of every 10 years, how many times do I think Arkansas football should be in the playoff? My answer to you would be 0. Like a lot of the fan base is just like, it's just never going to happen again. Like we missed our chance. There's too much competition. We're up against it, and we're not going to be able to compete. So that fan base.
I don't like that thought on how you get your program going. I just think if you got the money now that college football is the way it is, you go get it. You go there and sell yourself as the coach. You go get to the Waltons and other people like that, BK, and get that money and go out there and get in the state of Texas. I don't care. I don't care where you have to go.
Right.
Just go there and compete. And if you have to money whip them, you money whip them. You know what? You get your facilities straight. You get your coaching staff straight, and you compete every week. And hey, if you can win some close ones, you can find a way to. You can actually, if you're losing some close ones, you can find a way to win those close ones too.
Yeah.
If you're doing it with this group right now, and they're coming up 3 points short, 7 points short, you're right there.
My biggest fear is that some diehard Arkansas fan marries someone in the Walton family and is able to convince them to start funneling just billions of dollars in cash to the Arkansas football program. It's like, that's how they got Calipari in basketball. The founder of Tyson Chicken is just like, we have a chance to get Cal. All right, let's go bring in this Hall of Fame coach and make Arkansas basketball good again. If someone does that, obviously you have to invest more in football because there's just more money in the sport.
Sure.
But if somehow like the Waltons and the Walmart people are like, yeah, no, all of a sudden I want to go Cody Campbell. I see what he's done in Lubbock, and now my goal is to win a national championship for Arkansas football, then that's where the Hogs can become relevant again. Until that happens,
you got to get the right dude. He's right. You got to get the right dude. You can't get a guy that's got his feet up on his desk and just saying, you know what, I'm making some nice money here. Hell, their expectations of me aren't that much. Let me go play 2 rounds of golf this week and let somebody else coach the team. No, you got to go in there and dig it out and get yourself some wins and be kind of consistent and give those people hope. That's all they're looking. It sounds like all they're looking for is hope.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough balance, you know, because you need resources to win, but some people want to see you win before they give resources.
Yes.
Like, I want to see it before I donate to it because I don't want my investment to be nothing. But then again, if you don't invest, you're not going to be able to win in college sports in 2025.
I would say it's not far off, but it sounds like to the people, we're so far off, you just don't get it. This is a miracle year for us to lose these games by just that much.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, they lost by 3 to A&M in a game where they recorded 527 yards of total offense.
Yeah, how do you lose that one?
They lost by 3 at Tennessee. They outgained the Vols in that game. They lost by 1 at LSU last weekend. They lost by 6 at Ole Miss way back in September. That was a game Arkansas scored 28 points in the first half in Oxford, and they were losing at halftime. So the reason they're like kind of sticking around in these games is their offense is really good. 3rd in the SEC in total offense. They're 6th in scoring. They are very explosive. And with the way the Texas defense has played in these last 3 games, I'm slightly terrified about that. But the Razorback defense, the reason they keep losing these games, the turnovers, but also their defense is horrible.
And you said they have a lot of penalties and they put the ball on the ground.
Yeah, second to last in the sport in turnover margin per game. And they are 106th in penalties per game. Not as bad as Texas. Texas is 135, but
106 is nothing to write home about.
No, yeah, exactly. The Hogs have been very penalized too. And yeah, Bobby Petrino, I know it was a great story. It's just kind of a hilarious story. I don't know if I should use the word great. I'm making it sound like a total redemption story. But it was a pretty funny story when he got the chance to be the head coach at Arkansas again following Sam Pittman's firing. And I mean, he's been close, but he hasn't done nearly enough.
They're not going to hire him. He's not going to get hired.
No, so we'll see what they do.
If they're feeling the way they do, they want some young guy in there that's going to excite the fan base, you know, to the point of can't win so many that he wants to get the hell out of there so quickly, but he can win enough that they pay him well and they'll help the program grow. I mean, that's how you got to. I mean, it's not starting over, but they've got to have a good start, and Bobby Petrino would not be a good start for them.
Here's the top 4. It's interesting. He brought up Dabo Swinney too. Like, that's like John Calipari-esque, you know, coach who had a bunch of success at a much bigger program. Things are kind of getting rough. Maybe he's looking for a soft landing. The current favorite, by the way, to be the next head coach at Arkansas? Alex Golish, the USF head coach. And you've got Ryan Silverfield at Memphis, John Summerall at Tulane, and then Eric Morris at UNT. Those are your top 4 in terms of Vegas odds to take over for the Piggies.
Yeah, I would give that guy at UNT an opportunity. That's for sure.
I think so. I think you would take it too if offered. So
Yeah.
There you go. We'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into the game itself, what Texas needs to do to avoid an upset loss against the Piggies this weekend. We also have our first injury report of the week that came out last night. Maybe there's a chance that Anthony Hill can suit up this Saturday. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Still our friends over at St. Patrick. They've got the incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They got tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, items, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Nice hat. Love that. They got all kinds of ball caps, T-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, the whole works. St. Patrick offers free shipping on online orders over $59, free curbside pickup. And folks, plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Look forward to being there next Friday. Can't wait. By the way, the Jellycat sun has been sold.
Whoa.
Yeah, the $1,000 Jellycat sun, the big sun, you know, the sunshine of my light. I mean, it's there. It's gone. It's gone, BK. Somebody bought that bad boy. You know who's still there, though? Bartholomew Bear. Yeah, Big Bear still hanging out. Plenty of Jellycats there for you. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. But Jay wanted me to let you know, thank you to our listeners. You folks, somebody has got the big sun.
Nice.
Fell in love with the big sun. How about taking that on the plane with you?
They heard us talk about it for 2 months, and they're like, you know what? I need that in my life.
Yes, you need some sunshine in your life. Now you just need a bear beside you.
I like that. That's a good combination right there. I don't think Stevie Wonder has a song about bears, but I could be wrong. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes. I'm rocking my McCall lid this morning. If you want to upgrade your home, maybe I got a hunch McCall is about to get some business after Thanksgiving because there's a lot of people who are going to be traveling next week because their house just isn't big enough or good enough to host people. And with all the craziness going on with the airports right now and just how much of a mess traveling is, they're going to be like, nah, I can't do this anymore. I need to spend the holidays at my place. McCall Custom Homes can do that. If your kitchen's just not ready, if your bathroom's not ready, if your home isn't big enough, you need to add on, you want to add some life to your outdoor space, whatever, McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you. It's a father-son team, tons of experience. Bucky uses them. Rodney uses them. We trust our homes to McCall. We're not alone. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. And how about this? Free estimates. Here's a holiday gift. Free estimates to TSU listeners. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Or you can call or text our buddy Mike directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Yeah, Mike is putting in that putting green for my wife's friend's son. You know, he is a golfer. You know, and he doesn't get out to play as much, but he loves to putt. So he's putting in one of those. They're raving about him. My wife raves about Mike. If he says he's coming at a certain time, he'll be there. His group, they're not late. They're on time. They don't show up a day late and say, "Oh, I thought this was the day we were supposed to meet." They make their meetings their appointments when they're supposed to. You get some folks that'll say, "Oh, I thought you said Thursday," or "I thought you said next week." They're not paying attention to what their business is about. But Mike McCall does just that, and these folks couldn't be happier that he was there on time, couldn't wait to meet with this young man, and this guy's so excited about getting his putting green in.
That's awesome. Love McCall Custom Homes.
Sure, man.
Also, a shout-out to Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Light them up, folks. Time to.
Double R has already made the call to Humbug, and they've already installed the Christmas lights at his place. He's ready to go. It's not even Thanksgiving yet, and he is rocking and rolling at the Rodriguez compound right now.
The Rodriguez's are using up all the electricity here in the community, are they?
They might be. Nobody tell ERCOT or whatever it is.
Wow.
But Humbug Holiday Lighting, they're the best. They do everything for you so you can enjoy a stress-free holiday season. Humbug Holiday Lighting, professional, full-service lighting company. They do custom design. They do installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. Literally, you don't have to lift a finger once you make the call to Humbug Holiday Lighting. And they also do free design consultations as well. So they'll talk about you. You can tell them your vision. They'll tell you what they can do. And boom, you can go from there. Also, you business owners, if you want to have some lights for the holidays, they do commercial designs as well. So it's not just for the residences. They will take care of everything, all the magic without the hassle. And if you're not happy, they will make it right. They've got their client happiness promise. All you have to do, again, is give them a call. 833-4-HUMBUG. That's 833-4-HUMBUG. Or you can text them 512-222-1820. Check out their website, humbuglights.com.
Folks, if you got problems with your back or your neck, and my back is a little sore from my fall yesterday, Relax the Back is welcoming you to their 2 great locations. They've got all the accessories you need. They've got all the chairs, the recliners, stand-up desk. They've got everything that you need to help you out and make you feel good. If you're going to be spending a lot of time at your home office, or if you're at your workplace office and you don't like the chairs that they will have a chair made just for you. The Hill Country Galleria right across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. It's right across the street from the Container Store. Don't go through the holidays having back pain. Go to our good friends at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, because the Bucks rocking a TSU hat this morning. Got a TSU koozie in hand. All of our merch made by Waterloo. So if you have a business that needs merch, if you have a big holiday party coming up, big tailgate coming up, and you need some hats, shirts, signs, stickers, whatever, Waterloo Printing, reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641.
Sweet.
All right. Texas and Arkansas, Buck, just over 48 hours away from kickoff this Saturday afternoon, 2:30 at DKR. First trip for the Hogs to Austin since 2008. You heard Ty Richardson reference it. The Longhorns won that game 52-10. Boy, it would be really nice to see something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've got a feeling this one won't be as close as everybody thinks it's going to be. I think this will be a Texas Longhorn defense that really comes to play. And if this team turns the ball over, they're going to have a problem this week. I think this is the week where Texas gets its stuff together, especially on that defensive backfield front. I don't think this quarterback is going to be able to throw down the field. I think he's going to have a couple interceptions. I think they'll have a couple fumbles that they get. I think they'll put the offense in good situations. I'm not going to even worry about the special teams this week. But I know this, they'll still be dumb. Texas will be dumb, whether they're home or on the road. They're a dumb team, so they'll do dumb things. But I don't think this team is good enough, BK. It just doesn't sound like they're smart. They're just not good enough. They just don't have enough good players right now. And when you got so many different coaches that are looking for jobs elsewhere, and I know I'm not going to be here next year. I got to get my family moving. I got plans to move out of the neighborhood. Got to get my kids in new school. That's hard for a coach to do for the remainder of the season. You've been doing this. You want to do it to the best of your ability. But that's hard being in so many different places and then having to get the kids all straight. That's not fun.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, you look at the fact that Arkansas is 2-8, and they're coming in on an 8-game losing streak, and they haven't won a game in SEC play. And you're thinking, all right, we've got them in our barn. We could win this game 52-10. But again, just look at the results for Arkansas this year. I mean, they've played 6 conference games so far. Their biggest margin of defeat is 9 points. That was to Auburn in a game where Arkansas led by 8 points after the third quarter. And Auburn kicked a field goal with just over a minute left to take it from a 6-point, 1-score game to a 9-point, 2-score game.
Yeah, so you have the ability to jump on them early and just keep, because I don't think this is a group that's coming back. If you get them down on a down,
man. I don't know. Like, their offense is so good. How can you feel good about Texas in the fourth quarter with what we've seen the last 2 games? They've been outscored 21-0 in the fourth quarter in each of their last 2 games, Buck. They've given up in the last 3 games, going back to Mississippi State, they've given up the second most fourth quarter points in the sport.
Well, because I can't believe this will be a disgusting season. Because if you lose to Arkansas, you're not beating A&M, and this season will be absolutely disgusting.
Well, there's a difference between losing the game and doing what you said to where, I don't see Arkansas coming back. It's like,
that's what I'm saying.
2 weeks ago, Vanderbilt was lifeless. They were doing nothing right. And then the game came down. Now, the refs had a lot to do with this, but the game did come down to an onside kick at the very end because.
Yeah, once again, Vanderbilt has better players than Arkansas.
You're right.
And I know this Arkansas offense is, is good, but they're not good enough to come into the house here and do something to this defense, even though the defense is what they've done over the last couple of weeks in the fourth quarter. I think this is a get-well game for this Texas defense going into the finale. They have to. This has to be a springboard to play in A&M. No, you can't look forward and look past this group, but you have to get well against this group this week.
It'd be nice to see. Yeah, and I'm just the matchup between – because I do think the Texas offense is going to get theirs on Saturday because Arkansas's defense is just that bad.
They may be able to even run the ball against Arkansas. Now, I'm not counting on it.
Well, we could dive into that here for a second because Arkansas is second to last in the league in rushing defense.
Yeah, but what does that mean to this team? That's what's scary. That doesn't mean anything here.
Well,
okay, can we say this will be their best rushing game of the year? That's all I'm going to say. This will be their best game that they've run the ball, I believe, this weekend.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Buck. Do you know who is last in the conference in rushing defense?
It's not Florida.
No. You're about to say it.
South Carolina.
Okay. You started saying Miss, so I thought you were going to say
Mississippi State.
Yeah. Mississippi State ranks dead last in the SEC in rushing defense.
Okay.
Texas's game in Starkville, 32 carries, 72 yards.
Yeah, so this will be their best.
So, yeah, you can look at it one way. It's like Arkansas's run defense sucks. It's second to worst in the conference.
Yeah.
Oh, but we already played the worst rush defense in the conference, and we averaged 2.3 yards a carry against them.
This will be fine. This will be their best rushing game of the season.
God, I hope so. I really hope so.
Yeah, but I can't give you numbers. How much? What is a number that they just have to get? What, like 140 yards in the game, and that'll do it?
Well, they're averaging 71.7 in SEC play.
Okay.
So 72?
Outside of SEC play and against these others.
72? Can we get to 72? Is that the goal?
Well, the goal is get to 130 this week.
Yeah, I mean, look, set your goals high, but I like to set the bar low so I can
dude.
Under promise, over deliver, Buck.
No, over promise and over deliver. 130 is my deal is this week is 130. You got to be able to get, if you don't get 130 against Arkansas, what are you going to get? Because I'm not thinking you're running it very far against the Aggies.
I love how that's an over promise because Arkansas gives up 180 per game.
Okay.
we're saying 130 is like a big lofty goal for Texas. And it is. You're not wrong. It is. That's 60 yards above their average.
Well, I'm looking at between 130 and 150.
Okay.
150 is going to be, wow, what a day. What a day in college football. You've rushed for 150 yards.
God,
yes.
I would love for Texas to have its first game where a running back eclipses 100 yards. Right? Because I'm with you. A&M's run defense is 7th in the conference, but their defense is a hell of a lot better than Arkansas's is. So yes. I don't think next week is going to be the game. I know what Trey Wisner did in College Station last year. I just don't think next week is the get-right game for your ground attack. It's got to be this weekend, right?
It has to be this week.
Can you get Trey Wisner to the century mark?
No, you need to get it this week because you need to have a way to get to your normal 71 yards of rushing the following week. You know?
Yeah.
You can't have 30 the following week.
No, that may be an uphill battle getting the 70 against A&M. Yeah, so it'd be nice. Again, this is the stoppable force meets the movable object with the Texas run game against the Arkansas run D. But Sark spent a lot of time on Monday talking about the rushing attack. We played the clip yesterday where he said, we're not happy. We know it's bad. We know it has to get fixed. We've got to find ways to do it. I'm sure they've been trying, but again, we're 10 games into a 12-game season, and they don't have any.
When he says those things, it's like he's talking about this is our second game of the year. Yeah. We'll get better in game number 3.
Yeah, nobody cares what Sark has to say about the rushing offense anymore.
No.
Like, there is nothing that he can say that's going to ease the tension of this fan base and make everybody, like, believe that it's going to be good.
You know, I know hope is not a strategy, But that's all I got right now for the run game at University. Crossing my fingers, I'm hoping they can get 130 yards against Arkansas. Hell, if they get 100, we're all going to be so damn happy anyway.
Why do you think the Texas run game is going to be good? Because they're due, Buck.
Yeah, they're due. Yeah, that's about it.
I'm hoping
and they're due.
Because
if they want to win that game the following week, dude, they can't rush for 25 yards against the Aggies.
No.
Somebody has to step up and do something, because I think that in order to beat them next week, the Aggies are going to have to make some mistakes.
Yeah, probably right. And they did last year. And look, Texas is going to have to play. We know they're capable of beating a really good team. I mean, they've beaten 2 really good teams this year.
Absolutely.
And the good news is the game is in Austin. Both of these games are in Austin because Texas has been dog crap on the road this year. Obviously, all 3 of their losses have been on the road, and their only 2 wins were in overtime against Kentucky and Mississippi State. So the good news is you're playing these games at home. Now, if somehow, some way Texas does make the playoff, they're going to have to start on the road. It's safe to assume they're probably not winning any playoff game because of that. But obviously, you got to win these 2 to get here. They've been a much better team in the state of Texas than they have been.
Well, they gave the fans something to cheer about the last time they were here. You know, that Vandy game, you know, it wasn't the fans pumping up the team. It was the team pumping up the fans and getting them going. You're going to need that for the next 2 weeks again.
Yep, I agree.
Because no matter what, the fans are disappointed. They truly are. So you're going to have to give them something to cheer about against Arkansas. And A&M is just that's a game unto itself. That's a rival game. The fans will just be here for the hate, you know.
Both of these are rival games.
Yeah, for some of the olds it is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the A&M game is another level. I understand that, but these are 2 rivalry games that should have Texas's full attention.
Yeah, the people that pay for the tickets are old enough to understand what this rivalry is about.
Yeah, I mean,
players may not quite understand it. They've just been starting to get used to it again, you know.
Right. That's fair. Yeah, I wonder, you know, how much hatred the Texas contingent got in Fayetteville last year. I mean, obviously
that takes a while to build up if you're a player, you know, and you've been hearing this all your life and all this stuff. You've been hearing A&M, Oklahoma all your life. You haven't heard much about Arkansas. You know, your grandpappy may tell you about the old days or something. Your dad is not, you know, he's not old enough to really know what the hell is going on with it. But grandfather, grandma, you know, uncles back in the day, maybe, but it's just not a buildup like those other 2 games, you know?
You're right. No, my hatred for Arkansas is nowhere close to my hatred for Oklahoma and A&M, right? And it's like when Texas and Arkansas split conferences, just felt like some of that fizzled out over time. In the, 12 years where the Longhorns and the Aggies were in different conferences, nothing fizzled. Like that rivalry was still constantly brewing, just waiting to combust with another on-field matchup between the 2 teams.
You know, and Frank Broyles and Darryl Royal had such respect for each other. You know, when the football thing was going back in the day, they just, I mean, they enjoyed each other's company. They enjoyed playing against each other, but not like the basketball stuff that was going on. That's, you know, as Ty was saying, that shit was ugly. That was crazy.
Yeah, Strolling Nolan against Tommy Finders. Yeah, Arkansas had some teams in the 90s. Yeah, it's crazy. But, yeah, I don't know. My least favorite part about Arkansas, Buck, is Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And it's not because he was on some good Arkansas teams in the 60s. It's because he's running the Dallas Cowboys into the ground. Like, I know I'm supposed to hate Arkansas, so I do. It's what we're supposed to do as Texas fans. But
yes,
it's not on the – like, I hate Texas Tech more than I hate Arkansas. Why? Because in my lifetime, we've played Texas Tech a lot more than Arkansas.
Absolutely.
So the players obviously, you know, it doesn't matter if they have hate on their mind on Saturday. They just have to have – we need to not only win, but we have to ace an eye test on Saturday.
Yes, for sure.
So that's what's on the mind is like, man, we really want to make the playoff here because that was our goal going into the season. So we got to play really damn well for us to have
a 3-point win or just barely getting over the spread is not enough. You need to beat this team pretty good, I believe.
I think so too. Yeah, and even though Arkansas has played a lot of close games this year,
this one can't be a close game.
Yeah, no one's going to look at a 7-point Texas win and say,
no,
wow, you beat them by more than Ole Miss did. You beat them by more than A&M did. It's going to say, really? You only beat 2-9 Arkansas by a touchdown?
That's exactly what people are going to say.
That's how it's going to say.
The people aren't happy right now here. They're not happy with Sark having to defend himself. They're not happy with rumors. They're not happy with what they see on the defense. They're not happy with what they see in the run game and the offensive line. They haven't been happy. They're just starting to get a little bit better about the quarterback himself. So that this is an unhappy fan base right now that still has an opportunity to make some things happen. So you can't go screw around this week. This is not the week to screw around.
Right.
At home,
they're not happy with 14-10 either.
No, that shit is not weighing well. He can say all he wants about being here, but that whole thing on Monday was enough to piss them. Doesn't take much to piss them off around here now.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. First injury report of the week came out last night. Anthony Hill listed as questionable, which, the report came out on Monday that Anthony Hill had broken a bone in his hand. You had a report from, I believe, Inside Texas on Tuesday that said Ant Hill was not going to play this weekend against Arkansas. And then we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian later today. We'll get an update, I'm sure, on Anthony Hill's status. But the first injury report of the week says Hill is questionable.
Sounds like it's up to him and the pain.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Like when Michael Taff suffered his thumb injury, I think he was out on the first injury report of the week. Like they just told us flat out, like, dude, he's not going to play this Saturday.
He had surgery, correct?
Right. He had surgery, which I assume if it's a broken bone, Ant Hill did. Maybe I shouldn't assume. I definitely shouldn't assume. I got to verify that.
They call hairline fractures breaks.
Right.
That's
true. That's
they'll
true.
Call
Maybe
hairline fracture. And there's tons of people that play with hairline fracture. There's tons of running backs that run on the hairline fractures with their ankle, or they've got a little crack. They just keep on going. So maybe he's got a hairline fracture. I would think if he broke his hand, they would have had surgery and he would not be. It would be just no, he's not playing.
That's the fifth metacarpal. So it's called a boxer's fracture. I've
been watching bare knuckle boxing. Wow, is that gross?
Yeah. Oh, you've been watching that?
Oh my God, BK, that is. I mean, it's intriguing to me that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. But man, I see the cuts that those guys get from the knuckles and stuff, and their knuckles, how the knuckles get cut, and how the skin goes above the eye and all that. That's some gross stuff, man.
What channel is that on?
They have a channel that has bare knuckle boxing. It's called. I mean, it's nuts.
You have to be the only person in the world who is flipping between bare knuckle boxing and figure skating.
Yes, I am.
You've got some range, sir.
I have not turned away from it. I want to pretend like, because I don't like some of the UFC kickboxing and all that, or I don't like to see women fight, period. I don't get a deal out of watching women box and all. I never have, and I still don't. Whether it's MMA, I don't like it. I don't like.
You don't like the cat fight?
No, I just don't like the cat fight in the ring. I like the cat fight at the schoolyard, grabbing hair, but I don't like the one in the ring.
Why are you watching young girls fight in the schoolyard?
I just said, you see that when you grew up. That just happened. That was just a natural thing. But I don't like the ones in the ring with the boxing. I don't dig it. But bare knuckles, I'm like, that's interesting. You're actually hitting the dude with your knuckles. You can break your freaking hand and your knuckles, but that guy's skin is splitting open. It's like a hockey puck hitting it.
Epstein list coming out soon. I'm looking for your name on that thing, sir. Just so you know. I haven't consumed much bare knuckle boxing, but I'm a big UFC guy. I know that's not bare knuckle, but I'll take the violence. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't like when I can actually get kicked in the crotch. And I know
you can't. Well, you can't get kicked in the nuts. They stop the fight. That's against the rule. Sometimes it happens, but that's not allowed by the rule.
I can see the punch in the nuts, and then that's a low blow. But if you get somebody's knee up in there, and they said, "Oh, you got as much time as you want to take." How about if I take the 2 weeks off?
Yeah,
I'll see you. Yeah,
check.
Oh yeah, I'm not coming back for this one during the course of this night.
Yeah, that is funny. I don't know how he got there. Maybe that's what Anthony Hill did. Maybe he just punched somebody Or he punched a water cooler on the sideline
He
against
hit a
Georgia.
helmet. I mean, that stuff happens, But as I said, they'll let you get away with a hairline fracture. But if that thing's fractured, you're probably going to have surgery, and you're not going. That'll be an out.
So what do you
maybe
do
up to him.
if okay? I mean, if you're Anthony Hill, are you coming back and playing in this game, or are you taking the extra week off to get ready for A&M?
If it's just about the pain, I'd try to play because I'm still going to play in the A&M game. I don't give a shit what the pain is.
Yeah.
If that's my last time, because it could be your last time in a Longhorn uniform, because if they're just going to some meaningless bowl game, that dude ain't playing.
No, you're probably right.
That's a first-round draft. That dude is not showing up for the Sun Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, I wish he would, but I understand it. There are plenty of guys who make business decisions like that in bowl games. So, I mean, that's the good news is it sounds like Anthony Hill is going to play again this season because we talked about it the other day. Like that would have been a rough way for Anthony Hill to go out with what happened in Georgia. Now, he played pretty well. He had that big interception, but obviously his team got smoked. That's not the way Anthony Hill deserves to have his career end in Austin.
I agree.
So the fact that he's questionable a few days before the Arkansas game leads you to believe that there's a very good chance that at least in one of these final two, hopefully in both, he will be able to strap it on and play. And this Texas defense, again, I mean, they have really struggled as of late. And I know Trey Moore's good. I know Anthony Smith is good. Leon Galafau's good. Those guys are all solid players, but they're not Anthony Hill. And I get a little nervous with this.
When the quarterback can run like this quarterback can run, you need that dude.
Right. And Talon Green is so bad against pressure. This is not one of those games. Sometimes you'll play a dual threat quarterback and it's like, well, let's put a guy or two in spy and just like try to contain him. Let's just wait and make sure he doesn't take off and run. You don't do that with Talon Green. You get after Talon Green because that's where he turns the football over. But
sure.
How about this stat? From a clean pocket this year, Talon Green is completing 71% of his passes at 10 yards per attempt. When pressured, he's completing 34% of his passes at 4.4 yards per attempt.
Yeah, but there's that deal. If you flush him and you're not around to be there for him, in this secondary, these guys trying to break down the way we've seen them break down now.
I get it. But like this is not a game where you just say, we got it.
Oh, no, you don't sit back. You still come after him.
You come at, and Anthony Hill is your best blitzing linebacker. Like that guy is a difference maker when they actually let him pin his ears back and get after a quarterback. So that role right there, like I would love to see Anthony Hill doing that against Talon Green because that's how you force that dude into some mistakes, and he'll give you some mistakes now.
Yeah, you force him on the move. I hate when you force a guy like that on the move, but you have to. You got to make him speed up his clock so he'll let that ball loose at the wrong time. I just don't like him running around in your secondary. Those dudes can't tackle it. They used to be able to tackle, but I'm not expecting them to come up and break down on him. I've seen him run. Boy, he's a long strider, BK. He takes up a lot of acreage. His strides are long, man.
He's a big boy. I mean, he's 6'6", 224. It's a big dude. Yeah, I mean, he looks like an edge rusher, and he's playing quarterback. And if you take out his sack yardage, he's averaging 9 yards a carry this year.
Yeah.
And even with the sack yardage, and he's been sacked a good amount because Arkansas's O-line is pretty so-so, he's averaging 5.8 yards per carry on the ground. So he is dynamic with his legs. He's got a cannon for an arm, but again, turnovers has been his big problem. And he won't shy away. He is a gun slinger. So he will take some shots. Again, he'll give you some opportunities to get your takeaways. Obviously, it's on Texas to take advantage.
Yeah, if you're in the right spot, you can probably get some takeaways from him.
Pressure is the name of the game. You let him sit back there in the pocket, he's good enough to pick you apart. If you attack him, then this is a game that Texas can win.
It sounds like their running backs now, the one guy doesn't fumble a lot, has put it on the ground one time, which I would be like, really? That's it?
Right.
I know when Ty said that, I'm like, he's had one fumble in his career. I'm thinking that you're pretty fortunate to have a guy like that.
Well, I will say this. Texas has only lost one fumble as a team this year.
Which is incredible.
For as bad as the running game has been, that's the one thing they've done right. They haven't coughed it up a lot this year. And Jaden Blewett felt like every fourth carry was putting it on the turf. Last season, they have protected the football. But, yeah, Mike Washington Jr., the name of the Arkansas running back, he transferred in from New Mexico State. averaging 6.5 yards per carry.
Oh, God.
He's got 913 rushing yards this year. So that's, let me big picture this for a moment. Steve Sarkisian, take notes. Arkansas went out to a lesser conference, saw a running back that they liked, took a chance on him. He's having a great year. He is significantly better than anybody the Longhorns have in their backfield right now. So, Steve Sarkisian.
Is that offensive line that much better than what the Horns throw out there?
No, it's not. It's not.
Wow.
So, yeah, Steve Sarkisian, they had a chance last year. They didn't do it. Past is the past. But, like, I hope that they don't say, we're good. Wisner's back. Baxter's back. Clark's back. All these guys are back. We don't need to go address the running back in the portal. There are too many examples around college football, hell, around the SEC, where teams go and get running backs from smaller conferences and they still have success in the big leagues.
Yeah, that's
Go get that dude. Go get a dude like that, please. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty more Texas Arkansas conversation coming up. We got Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us in about 10 minutes. We'll get his pick for this game, also his thoughts on some of the other big college and NFL games around the nation. But before we shift gears here, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that patient-focused orthopedic care, please contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and great guys. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Audio Visual Consultations as well. How about a word from our man Tom McKay over at AVC?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Better grab a hold of that Altstadt beer here because people are going to be running to the stores trying to grab that for next week. The trucks are in and out of HEB. I mean, I've seen them all over the place, BK. They're stocking up because people are getting out early, especially when they're taking it on the road with them. They don't trust it at the stores where they're headed to, so they're taking it with them right now.
Oh, yeah. And I feel like more people will be road tripping this year than
they will
ever before with the craziness going on at the airports. Shout out to the Altstadt Beer. That's my job for my family Thanksgiving. I got to show up with the Altstadt Beer, which is great because I'm going to be the life of the party. And there's some not so great food that might be showing up.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that string bean casserole?
I can't get blamed for any bad food.
Who's bringing in string bean casserole at your house? Who's in charge of that? One of your sisters?
String bean or green bean?
Green bean, string bean, any kind of bean casserole.
I can't remember who does the green bean casserole. That might be Auntie who's in charge of that.
That's truly the one that's talked about more than anything. Like, I hope she doesn't bring that this year.
Are you a green bean casserole guy?
I like to mess with it a little bit and see why I really don't like it. But if somebody brings it, I'll take a little scoop and say, you know what? This was delicious. Thank you for spending the time to make that. So we're so blessed that you would bring that. Don't do that again next year, please.
Next week's shows are going to be like a mix of Texas A&M talk, and Thanksgiving content.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have like a bracket for Thanksgiving foods, and we're going to see which one reigns supreme. But Altstadt Beer reigns supreme as the drink you need to consume with all of your Turkey Day festivities. Check out the Altstadt Light. You're going to be consuming a bunch of calories from your food on Thanksgiving. Well, the Altstadt Light sacrifices on the calories, but does not cut back on taste. So you can enjoy all the food, but also you can enjoy the beer that you're drinking. And Lord knows you need it with some of the crazies that you have in your family. Once the politics starts getting talked, that's when you make the run to the fridge and get you some Altstadt beer. The best beer there is in the entire state of Texas, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but easy to find wherever you shop for beer It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
All right, Buck, before we talk to Lee Sterling here in 5 minutes.
What did I do for the people? I've done a pretty good job this week. Didn't I have a little action on Central Michigan?
You lost your Mac pick a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, but I thought I jumped on Central.
You only had Bowling Green 2 days ago, and they lost.
So that's all right. I worked with my cousin. I'm good. I'm good for me. It's not about you people. Last night it was about me.
Well, you do have an NFL game tonight, and it's the Texans hosting Buffalo this evening. The Bills a 6.5-point favorite. Still no C.J. Stroud for Houston, but Davis Mills is 2-0 as a starter. He's gotten the Texans back into the playoff hunt.
And the Texans defense. Josh Allen. I'm not feeling that. I don't want to waste anybody's money. I don't have a right side for this one.
Okay. It opened at 3.5. It's up to 6.
Yeah, what is that deal?
Money's been coming in on the Bills. Well, it's Davis Mills playing quarterback for Houston. The line would not be nearly as big if Stroud was out.
Yeah, but Bills aren't devastating on defense.
No.
But they sure can get the ball around. And the Texans defense, that's going to be fun to watch, though.
So are you taking the Texans?
Nope.
Nothing. You do have one college game, Louisiana at Arkansas State. Fun Belt.
No, I'm done with the Fun Belt.
Okay. All right. You're useless. Well, why are you even on this show?
I can't help you people till the weekend.
All
and
right.
I got some good stuff.
Disappointing. Buck, the president has a suggestion to improve what may be your favorite fast food item. At least it used to be. I don't think it is anymore. But President Trump was speaking at the McDonald's Impact Summit in Washington, D.C. earlier this week. And he was talking about the filet of fish.
Oh, he's going to now start getting that fresh fish from Maine for sure.
I thought they already had it.
Well, they do. For me, I mean, for others, you keep saying it's from Town Lake or Lake LBJ. I know where it comes from. I know it's Bangor, Maine. Bangor, Maine.
Who are we banging?
Bangor, Maine. It comes straight from, Bailey's Island, Bangor, Maine.
All right. Yeah. Well, apparently, yeah. So you're getting the best fish, but the president is not.
He's getting it right from the Delaware River.
He's getting it right there. Yeah. Is Washington still there?
Yeah. Well, no, he's crossed. He's done.
He's already on the other side. All right. Yeah. I wasn't sure if he ever made it. President Trump said, quote, "I like the fish. I like it. You could do a little bit more tartar sauce."
Ooh, I'm fine with that. I'm okay. That little tartar sauce, a little Tata sauce never hurt anybody.
Okay. So I've never had the fillet of fish at McDonald's because I
don't know why.
Care about what I put into my system, and I'm not getting fish.
Really?
I'm not getting fish from a fast food restaurant. Give me a break here. So I can't speak to this. I can speak to pretty much every other fast food item in the world, but I can't speak to the fillet of fish. So you agree with the president then? You think maybe more tartar sauce is a good thing?
I mean, I'm okay with it, but a little bit more doesn't hurt. And plus, that dude is probably slamming down 4 at a sitting.
It's, I don't do politics here, and I'm sure this will get spun into a political take. I promise it's not. But I really love the fact that, what was it, that 2019 Clemson team when they won the national championship during Trump's first presidency?
Yes.
They came to the White House and he had all that fast food as like their big meal. It's like you're thinking you're getting like 5-star dining, and instead you get all of these fast food burgers and fries.
Well, first of all, filet of fish is 5-star dining.
There you go. Hey, I loved it. As a college kid, even as a current day kid, I would love that if I had that type of
fish
meal.
And chips, fish and fries from McDonald's, large fry, filet of fish. I used to be one of their shake guys, but I don't touch their shakes anymore because somebody told me that's not real ice cream.
McFlurries?
Huh?
The McFlurry?
That's not real. Somebody told me that's not real ice cream. That's like gelato or some gelatin or some stuff they just make cold. They batter it right there in the back.
It's probably not real ice cream, but it's delicious. The problem is the ice cream machine is never working at McDonald's.
Yes, that is the problem.
That's the bit. But you go and ask for a McFlurry, they're like, machine's broken, can't get you one.
But I have, like last year, I may have had during the lentil season, I had maybe one fillet of fish. I didn't make it like I used to make it there. I just don't eat. I don't eat that food. I don't eat anything else there. I don't eat burgers. I don't eat McGriddles. I don't eat anything from there. I don't get Egg McWeenies. I don't do any of that. I don't eat anything at McDonald's anymore. I don't just go in there and order fries. You know, I'll take my chance at Wendy's that's about to go out of business. There are a bunch of those that are closing up now.
They are shutting down a bunch of Wendy's next year.
But I don't go to McDonald's. I don't eat the food there. There's, you know, like about 5 years ago, I had, what is that? A McBurger or something. That was so nasty. I mean, I took a bite out of it and spit it out the window.
Come on, man.
No, I don't eat that.
Billions and billions served. The Golden Arches.
Yeah, they brainwashed kids with that stuff forever. I don't know. And now they you know, what's disappeared? The Burger King has disappeared.
What do you mean?
My flame broiled burger has. I don't even know where there was. There used to be one here, out here where I live in Dripping. That thing is shut down. It's gone.
Oh, you're saying there's no Burger King close to you?
No, I think they're still around, but the Wendy's are starting to shut down. But who in the hell is eating McDonald's? That's not like 9. Like grown people don't go there for meals.
I
I don't even see construction workers go in there.
McDonald's is always packed. There's always people there. Come on, man. I like McDonald's.
You still will do a McDonald's burger?
I don't go nearly as often as I used to, but I'll still go at least once a month.
I will say this. I've been to more Taco Bells than I've been to McDonald's over the last 10 years.
No, I like Taco Bell more than McDonald's too.
Oh, now that's fine dining to you.
Oh my God. I had it the other night. I was
What?
it was after Texas, Georgia. I was depressed. I was hurting. I was sad.
So you ate 15 crispy tacos.
So I got me a $5 box and a couple of other value menu things at Taco Bell. When I say $5 box, I'm not talking about a motel for anybody curious out there. But yeah, it was great, man. It was delicious. And McDonald's, I might give me a Big Mac after the show today because of this talk.
That's the one, the Big Mac. That thing is nasty.
I ain't getting a fillet of fish, though, even if the president does get his wish and there's more Tata sauce, as you call it.
Gotta have some more Tata sauce. And the filet of fish is good at any time. But I'm trying to do some things. I'm 70 now. My body is like rejecting certain things that it didn't reject before. McDonald's has never been a part of my deal. Like I said, I've always been a Burger King guy.
You're missing out, man. And the McRib
I'm
is
missing out. I'm truly missing out. That is gross.
The McRib is also back again.
Oh, no. And by the way, I have never had a McRib.
Well, it's here for a limited time. We got to make that happen. We got to get you a McRib.
I have never tasted one. And I think it must be like some cheap-ass ribs with some ketchup on it.
I don't know if it's really ribs, but
oh God,
it's some kind of meat. I'm not sure you want to know the answer. Well, you've been missing out by not eating McDonald's, but you've also been missing out if you have not been hanging out with Paramount Sports.
That's for sure.
Lee Sterling, how about this? 33, 11, and 1 in his last 9 Sundays of NFL football. He is the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe, and he joins us now. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com. Lee, are you a McDonald's fan these days?
Okay, so I rarely, I would say I eat McDonald's or Burger King like once a year when I'm driving home from somewhere, like at 11 o'clock at night, and it's like the only
last
thing.
stop, huh?
That's it. What are you, Brad?
I eat it a lot less than I used to, but I think I hit McDonald's once a month would be my estimation.
How nasty does that sound, Lee? Once a month he goes there.
Ooh, the smell is rough.
Oh, man.
What I thought most people from Texas, most of my friends are Whataburger fans.
Yeah, I mean, I like Whataburger too. They did sell out. They did go corporate, and I feel like the quality has gone down and the price has gone up. Not a great combo, but Lee, I mean, I used to be the fast food king. I've toned it down a little bit, but if there's a fast food item outside of fish, I've tried it.
All right, so I've tried. So I used to have
fillet of fish. Have you ever fillet of fish? Have you ever had a fillet of fish from McDonald's?
I have not. It wasn't my favorite. So I used to eat the McRib occasionally when I was young. So there was a McDonald's right by my middle school. junior high back in the day. That's what they called it. And I used to eat it, and I remembered it being pretty good. So I do a show here in Miami, and the host there, Mark Hockman, loves the McRib. So I tried it, and there's one literally 2 blocks from my office. It was horrible. It was unedible. They put so much barbecue sauce on it, like Kraft barbecue. It tastes like Kraft barbecue sauce. It is, can I say, it is garbage. It's that bad. So
we got to show this picture. I don't think this was a McRib, but check this out, Buck. This is Lee Sterling donning some of that world famous stone crab that he's been telling us about.
Oh my God, just crushing it, huh?
Diving in right there.
I probably had about 6. Brad's dad probably had 10 to 12 claws. He was. Wow. There is no way he had a big breakfast the next morning. Look at that picture. So stone crabs, they crack them. He had stone crabs when he was young. They used to have them in the Gulf, but he said these are the first ones that he didn't have to work hard at. I said, trust me, they crack at Joe's. All you got to do is just peel them off. So their mustard sauce is incredible. We had you would never think this is great. Have you been to Joe's before, Bucky?
I have not, even down in Miami.
Bucky,
no.
Bucky, did you ever recruit any kids from Miami?
Of course I did. I went to Miami, but like I said, I was over there where they filmed Caddyshack on that little island there at that little bar.
Who did you recruit from Miami? Who were you after?
I was, the kids from St. Thomas Aquinas. I was there. The one kid who went to LSU, the running back.
Okay.
And
the key is, here's what they do in Miami. They take them to Joe's, and their fried chicken is insane. You would think, but everything is great. But their signature sides with the stone crabs, and you have the stone crabs. Some people do it with the butter, but most people, the kind of a mustard mayonnaise sauce, it's insane, is hash browns. They're hash browns with stone crabs to die for. Man. And then my wife's go-to and my go-to is these tomatoes. So they take a tomato, big, thick slice, put spinach, insane, and then they put 3 cheeses that melt over the top. Wow. So even when I go alone with some friends or for business, she's like, just bring me home 3 tomatoes. That's it. And she's set. So, and then you wash it down with key lime pie. You should have seen your dad. Key lime pie. We had 2 key lime pies. I think your dad had 1.5 key lime pies.
Look at this focus here, Buck. I mean, Lee is locked in.
Your dad was focused.
I was about to say, I didn't get a picture of my dad eating. He didn't take a selfie, thank God. But yeah, it sounds like he was.
Your mom was there for the company. Your dad was there for the food.
That's awesome.
For the food. Nice.
That is awesome. All right, Lee. Well, let's get to the games this week. Buck, you want to start us off?
Lee, game number 1, it is Oregon -9.5 USC. It's an interesting game.
Yeah.
There's a kind of a lot on the line for and especially for USC. And, they're playing a little bit better, but I just don't know. That Oregon has a way of running away and hiding from teams. But USC's got pretty good offense, Lee, and they're playing better defense this year.
Well, that you hit on it there. So their defense, the last 3-4 years, has been, until this year, Charmin soft. Mm-hmm. I mean, tackling is optional. Sometimes they don't even wave when the guy goes by. This year, they played 5 physical teams. They played Notre Dame, Michigan, Northwestern, Iowa, and Nebraska. 5, what I consider physical teams. They won 4 of the 5 games. Past years, they lose at least 3 of 5.
Yes.
I thought both quarterbacks at one point were playing really well. Both have kind of leveled off a little. One of the main reasons that Dante Moore's leveled off, doesn't have receivers. If you look at their depth chart going into the year, 3 of the top 4 guys have missed. So when you can score quick, you have guys, you can throw an 80-yard touchdown pass or run the ball for 12 yards and then throw a 68-yard touchdown pass. that really demoralizes the defense. They don't have that guy this year. Evan Stewart, he's missed. The list goes on and on. They don't have the guys that can take the top off the defense. That's why they're not as explosive. They're not the same team as they were maybe the first game or two. This line should be less than a touchdown here. This is an elimination game, big game here. I think Oregon wins the game 28-25, but I'll take USC in the points here. I think it's a one-possession game.
Wow. Yeah, Texas fans still hoping the team can make it to the playoff, rooting for an Oregon win over SC on Saturday. Saturday night, Tennessee at Florida. Lee, a game that usually has a lot more on the line than it does this year. Obviously, Florida's fired its coach. Tennessee not going to make the playoff this season, but still a rivalry game. Game's in the Swamp. Tennessee, a 4.5 point road favorite. What do you like about this one?
All right. So Florida's dominated. I think they won like once, Tennessee has, in the Swamp since Johnny Majors was the coach. It's an insane streak here. But Florida, they played hard for a half. Couldn't give you a whole game. They were not good in the second half. They're down. Their top 4 receivers gone. They can't hit on big. They have a couple guys that are like 3s and 4s. But DJ Lagway, again, second half, poor performance. Week before that against Kentucky, they didn't even show up. They've given up 38 and 34 points. Tennessee's offense might be better than Ole Miss's, in my opinion. More big strike capability here. The game last week, Volunteers had against New Mexico State was a glorified scrimmage. Someone emailed me, well, New Mexico State had more first downs. They just wanted to get in and get out. I mean, as soon as they got that lead, they rested guys here. I think Tennessee's going to lay one on Florida here. This is a rudderless team without a coach. This is a time of year where a team where they give it their all for a half, they lay down here. I like Tennessee big here, 38-24.
Good call there, Lee. Vandy and Kentucky. Vandy is favored by almost 10 points, Lee, in this game. Kentucky playing a little bit better. The quarterback is starting to do some things for that program. He's starting to mature a little bit. Vandy, after the loss to Texas, I don't know. They just don't. That Cinderella story seems like it's starting to come to an end a little bit, and that seems like an awful lot of points right there.
Yeah. So here's a couple things in this game. If you want to bet Vandy, these are teams that have to win out. You want to bet who is another team? Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You want to bet Miami. You're going to have to lay a couple, 2 to 3 extra points. Oddsmakers are just going to tack it on and say, because the public, they love seeing, there's 4 teams that have to win. At least 3 of the 4 are going to win and cover. And usually at most 2 will win, sometimes only 1. Vandy's one of those teams. There's a lot of pressure. They got to win this game and next week against Tennessee. The quarterback for Kentucky, how do you pronounce that? Is it Cutter Boley?
Yep.
Boley?
Cutter Boley.
So he reminds me of the kid that used to play at North Carolina State and in the NFL, Gannon. Remember him with a long neck? You see his neck? So not quite as long a neck, but kind of reminds me of that same body type. He's actually improved, but the biggest improvement has been their running game. Last 2 weeks, Dante Dowdle and Seth McGowan combined for over 350 rushing yards. They've scored 38 and 42 points. Their defense, the last 2 SEC games, they held Auburn to 3, Florida to 7. This is where Mark Stoops, you talk about a team that's desperate. Mark Stoops, if he loses this week and next week to Louisville, he's done. He's fired. Goodbye. 5-7. Thank you for your service. He has to win this game or next week. So he's going to do everything he's got. He is 7-2 against the spread last 2 years when getting 7 points. College football has become tougher because they hide injuries. So you can play coaches. You know how they prepare teams. He prepares his team. I don't know what he does. I don't know whether he takes them to a certain movie, whether, he locks them like some other coaches Texas Tech used to, lock them in a little storage closet or something like that. But he gets them to play when they're a 7-point or larger underdog, 7-2 against the spread. He's beaten Vandy 3 of the last 5 times. The only 2 losses were by 7 and 3 points here. I think Vandy escapes 26-24. I think, like I said, Buck, you're onto something. Too many points.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Vandy would like an impressive win to help bolster their playoff chances. A team that's in a good spot for the college football playoff. Unfortunately, Oklahoma, another team that the Longhorns would like to see lose down the stretch. OU coming off that big win in Tuscaloosa. They are back at home taking on Missouri. The Tigers season has kind of fallen off since they lost their quarterback. The Sooners 7 to 8 point favorites right now. Line's a little lower than I would have expected. Lee, your thoughts on this one?
So I think there's going to be the focus there for Oklahoma. I think it's tough to come off playing a physical team in a game like that on the road. I think Missouri is off everyone's radar. Everyone's like, oh, this is the big game, early in the year, always when they're 5-0, 6-0. They have nothing to lose here. And I think they have an incredible running back in Ahmad Hardy. He had 300 yards last week. No one talks about it nationally. Everyone talks about the Texas A&M comeback. His performance was insane. 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. I just think their defense, which got 3 turnovers, they're not going to be phased. This is not too tough a game for them. They've already faced 2 dual-threat quarterbacks, Texas A&M and Vanderbilt here. So I like them here. I like Missouri. Oklahoma escapes 24-20. It wouldn't shock me if Missouri pulls off the win here. Maybe put a little money line here. That way, what you do, Brad, if you put a little money line on Missouri here, it's like 3-1. You go to Thanksgiving at your parents' house in Houston, then you get on a plane, and we meet in the Bahamas. We have some fun in the Bahamas, fishing.
That's
drinking.
Where you're headed?
Looks like it, yeah.
Oh,
It
man.
looks like it for the holidays.
God, the NFL picks have been great this year. That's awesome.
Lee, the game that everybody around here is interested in, Texas-Arkansas game. It's a game that Texas wants to keep its hope alive. It's a game that Arkansas has been close with everybody this year, one-score games.
Right.
But I'm thinking Texas needs to get on the roll before that next week. But they can't look forward to next week until they play this game. So I still like Texas' chances in this football game.
All right, so let's give Arkansas credit. They do keep showing up. They just can't figure out how to win a game.
Right.
The main reason is, there's 2. Their defense is garbage. They are not smart. They have a bunch of kids who are not smart. So, for instance, they're winning the game. Then all of a sudden, rush 4, one of the guys sees the quarterback. He's like, oh, I'm gonna just forget what I'm told to do and what my responsibility is. I'm going to go after the quarterback, gets out of his rush lane, and sure enough, quarterback runs for 50 yards. Game, set, match. So they're not smart. Watch their cornerbacks a couple times, running backs, tight ends, catching the ball in the flat by the sideline. If you know the sidelines here, you got to use the sideline. You know the guy, you want to move him to the inside. It's like playing defense in basketball. Don't give up baseline. Pat Riley always says, don't give up baseline. That's the number one principle on defense. Don't give up the sideline and make them go inside. They'll lunge, they miss tackles, breaks in coverage. They're just not a smart team, and they cannot tackle in space. They have guys just lunging for legs. I mean, just not fundamentally sound here. I mean, you guys probably talked about it in your sleep. What happened with Texas last week? Georgia was the better team. They were better coached. I think they're going to come back. I think Arch is going to have a big game here against a terrible defense, and then also Arkansas turnovers. That's what they're known for, especially when it counts. I like Texas here, big, 38-24.
I love it. All right, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports joining us, brought to you by Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. We'll tell you more about them in a moment. Lee, your game of the week tonight in the NFL, the Houston Texans hosting the Buffalo Bills. If folks want to get that game and all of your games this weekend, how do they find you?
Big game. Love this game here. So probably one of the strongest NFL games I've had on a Thursday. Anyone wants to try us out for free, just call this number, 800-400-9741. Give them the Bills and Texans on me. Again, the number's 800-400-9741. And Football, NFL has been insane, 33-11-1 last 9 weeks. You want to hop on board? It's called Lee's NFL Sunday Golden Ticket. 5 selections every Sunday for 4 weeks, $197. College and NFL, not November, called Dovember. Every game for the next 11 days where we rate them from 10 to 50 units. You want to have some fun over Thanksgiving. You got some relatives, some distant relatives that show up Thanksgiving you don't want to talk to. You want to be more focused on the games and winning money. You can get Dovember, 11 days, normally $397. Use coupon code SAVE200 in the coupon box when you're checking out. $197. And UFC, we had a rare losing card, horrible card last week. Went 1-5, had some horrible calls. We still won 18 of the last 24 cards. This is what I'm going to do. I have 5 selections for the UFC. It's from Qatar. It starts at 9 a.m. your time, Saturday morning.
Oh.
Normally $55. You ready for this? This is up Brad and all his buddies' alley here. 5 selections, not 55 or 25, $5.
Wow.
So I just want to make sure that anyone signs up, they have a pulse and a credit card. So
those 2 things, that's all it takes.
That's it. 5 selections, $5 for the UFC. It's ready to go there. So it's going to be a big weekend. Bill Cohen, I heard he told me? He said that Samford this week is as good as Stanford. I said, even if they're as good as Stanford, you should win this game by 40 points. Shouldn't be
Right.
Shouldn't have to pull out a win against a horrible South Carolina team. That was
as long as they're not as good as South Carolina, they should be okay, right?
Yeah.
right. How about the coach there? How about Beamer?
Oh,
So, in the matter of was it the end of the first quarter where they interviewed him? I think it was. And he said, they asked him if he was surprised. He says, why should I be surprised? We beat them by 24 last year.
Wow.
Should have just gone with the line instead of throwing egg on his face. You know what? We're just going to try to keep doing, what we do and do it right and try to come out here with a win. And sure enough, he goes from losing that game. There was talk maybe he'd go to Virginia Tech where his dad coached. Now that option's not available. Maybe he can coach at Stanford. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, Bill's cousin was that security guard who was trying to tackle all those South Carolina players in the tunnel. So
well, Bill's wife's 3 kids, I think 2 are policemen and 1 is emergency rescue. They were the 2 guys, I think. They were the 2 policemen there. No, I'm just kidding. They're actually good kids, but I wouldn't put it past him if he has them in the tunnel, right?
Yeah, he made a call to somebody to make sure.
I think one of them went to Texas. I think one went to. I'm not sure which one, but that was a bad look, huh?
That was a bad look, and it's way overblown than what it seems to be. People want to really make something of it. Just
right. No,
leave it be and move right along.
I know, but
right.
we got to look for something. Now that A&M pulled off the win, huh?
Oh my God!
I know.
What do you think? What do you think the line's going to be? How many fans A&M fans you think show up?
A lot
for that game.
I'd say 20, 25,000.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas had a bunch there last year in College Station, so I assume the Aggies, especially considering the success. Even if the Aggies were bad, I would think they'd have a pretty strong showing. But obviously,
no. But I mean, if with they coming in with an undefeated record, I think they're gonna have 20,000 here.
It's gonna be a hard ticket. That's a hard sell right there. You can get rid of your ticket. You can make an awful lot of money because the Aggies are gonna want those tickets, especially since they're gonna be favored by about 4.5.
Nah. Well,
I think they're going to be about 4.5 point favorite, 4.5.
That's what I'm thinking. 4.5 to 5 point favorite in that game.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And we'll take that, Lee, because they won't win no matter what.
Okay.
Lee, thanks so much for joining us. ParamountSports.com. Lee, enjoy the football this weekend, and we'll figure out next week, I guess, with Thanksgiving. So
I'm available. We're trying to do all the Thursday interviews on Tuesday. If we can do it at the same time, great. Let's do it same time on Tuesday. We got to get in We got to get in some big games coming up over Thanksgiving.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
You're going. What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? You're going to your parents, I know, Brad, right?
Yep.
How about you, Bucky?
I will be here. I've got the pregame show to do. Bypassing my high school game for the Longhorn pregame show for sure. I mean, I got to be a part of that Aggie stuff. So
playoffs? Are they in the playoffs?
High schools are in playoffs now. It's playoff time all the way till I think Lee like December 20th. Are playoffs done? Are the playoffs done there? Just almost now?
No, so in Florida, it's the second. So Florida does something weird. They take off the first week. Nothing. There's no games after the regular season. First time they've ever done this. Then they have the first round. It's basically almost everyone gets in the playoffs now. Everyone like the participation trophy.
Right.
So they do that. And this week they start. I think we finished the week
before Christmas.
I think we finish in 4 weeks. I think finish a week or two early. The thing I don't like about Texas, the baseball playoffs and softball playoffs, like whoever wins a coin toss, they can play 1 or 3 games.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
It's a mess. All right, Lee. We'll talk on Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. See you guys.
Yeah, man. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Quick shout out to the sponsor.
Food Network. We had the Food Network on.
We were all over the place, man. But all of that is sponsored by our friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. Oh, yeah. Just talked to Bill. He said they are ready for the holidays, which are right around the corner. He's met a bunch and helped a bunch of TSU listeners over the year. He would love the opportunity to help you this holiday season. I say it all the time. You don't need to know anything about jewelry, about diamonds, about watches, about earrings, about any of that stuff. You just need to know Bill and his great team at Joe Cohen and Son. They will take care of you. They'll make it easy for you. They've got the TSU discount that you could get, free gift wrapping, free parking downtown. They've got something for every single budget. You don't need to be spending 5 figures on a nice piece of jewelry. No, they can get whatever you are looking for. Make sure you take care of that special someone in your life this holiday season. They've been around since 1883, Buck, the year you were born. Downtown at 6th and Congress, JoeCohenJewelers.com.
Love those folks. Right. They're every holiday.
They're the best, man. The absolute best. We have absolutely destroyed the chaos. So we got to get some chaos on these airwaves before it's too late. It's Double R. It's Wags. Boys, good morning.
We're here, man. No problem.
What is December's little mantra for Lee?
Oh, because he's got Locktober and
November. What's December?
D's nuts December, I think.
Ho, 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 December.
I don't know if that
ho, 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 D's nuts.
Bet on the hose.
I can't remember what it is. He's got to have some catchy slogan for that.
Remember December, who knows?
Remember December. Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
December? Gift December? Is that what you just said?
Hey, boys, Sark is staying. He's told everybody, I'm not going anywhere. Believe what I tell you.
Hey, Slosh said that too.
Good pull, Rodney. Slosh said that and then chastised or scolded the damn reporter for asking the question. How dare you?
Did Schloss say he wasn't leaving, or did he just shit on the reporter for asking the question?
I think you're right. I think he
didn't say he wasn't leaving. He handled it poorly. This is not in defense of Schloss. That was pretty embarrassing, but he didn't say I will definitely be at A&M next year. He said, you have the audacity to ask me this type of question. So look, I've said it before. I'll say it again. There have been plenty of coaches and players in the history of sport who have said that they're not leaving and they end up leaving. All right. So this thing is not 100% set in stone forever, but I'm going to take Sark at his word for at least 2026. Okay. I don't know about 27, 28, 29, at least 2026 that he will be the head coach in Austin. If he's wrong, if I'm wrong, then people are going to be way madder at him than they are at me.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
And I think it's only natural that this is going to happen right now, just with all the the coaching carousel that we're watching right now, everything that's going on, and all the early season firings, and the Lane Kiffin deal is just off the rails at this point. So it's natural that this is going to happen, and it just sucks that it's when a Texas team is underachieving or is supposedly underachieving, that this is happening. I mean, the timing fits right. The program is struggling in a lot of people's eyes, so these things are going to pop up.
Yeah,
These things are going to
look. I mean, look around the country at all the coaches. Like James Franklin made it just as far as Texas did last year in the playoff, and he got fired midway through the year. So there's less patience than ever before in college football. Now, Texas is having a better year than Penn State, of course, but I mean, it's like that's where we're at. We don't care what you did last year. What have you done for me lately?
Exactly.
And by lately, we don't mean like 1 year ago ain't lately. We need like 1 week ago. What'd you do a week ago, Coach?
Yeah. 2 months before Ryan Day wins a national championship, they want to run him out of town.
Right.
And look how fast that changed.
Yeah.
So that's just
they lose to Michigan next week, and
they'll be pissed again, believe me. But they don't have to worry about that because they ain't.
Are you sure we got the right guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can find a coach who can win championships and beat Michigan. Let's get rid of this bum.
Absolutely.
That's the world we live in. So,
and that's where we go to, like the UNT guy keeps popping up in all these different conversations. I think that's where, I mean, it'll suck for UNT people, but I think that dude needs to strike while the iron's hot, because how fast can this change?
Well, he's not going to stay there. If he gets offered any of these kind of good, that guy's not going to stay at U. He's going to not stay at North Tech. He's going to be out of there.
You know who was in Denton yesterday?
Yep.
Who's that?
I think y'all heard this because I heard Jordan tell y'all on Crosstalk.
Yep.
Billy Napier was at UNT yesterday.
That's interesting.
That's not like Billy Napier going to Georgia.
Not just touring, in the facilities.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's like Billy Napier helping Georgia beat Texas. I think that's all right. UNT's coach is leaving. I need a job. Could I go there?
Well, hell yeah. If you want a job and that's available for you, they're winning. You might as well go there.
So I think
then they can start losing.
Yeah, they've already accepted. Like, all right, yeah, Eric Morris is gone. Our quarterback's going to follow him. And okay, what do we do next?
And I think it's one of those situations because, like with Franklin going to Virginia Tech, I think that's a great landing spot for that dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
so does Penn State.
Yeah.
Well, do you see Brian Dayball has been thrown into the Penn State conversation, Wag? So it's like, there you go. Bring in that guy to coach the Nittany Lions.
I got no loyalty or ties to Brian Dable. He can go to the Nittany Lions. I don't give a shit.
Well, I know what I'm doing tonight, guys. I'm having a McRib. Bucky, you've never, dude.
No, I've never tasted it. It just looks like something with some nasty barbecue.
That's what it is.
You got at HEB, for 79 cents for the thing of barbecue sauce. It just doesn't look right.
That's what it is. And I've tried to have it. Our local McDonald's over here by Wag's house, I've tried 2 times to get one there, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have it yet." They're supposed to have it today.
Ooh, will there be a lineup? Will there be a lineup for that McRib?
Double R is going to be at the front. Double R.
I'm going to bring a McRib to the pregame show on Saturday, Buck, so you could try one.
Good call.
No, don't do that. That time of day. No.
Lunchtime. The show's 12 to 2. It's lunchtime.
Lunch.
No, there's not enough facilities there. It gets packed over there. Because I know that'll rib right on through you, won't it?
No, man.
Right there.
That's the same type of meat that's in that MRE double R's. Like the barbecued rib, that's what it's McDonald's McRib. So I don't know how they get away serving that.
That's why when I was enjoying that day, when I was devouring that and everybody's surprised, I mean, I love the McRib. I mean, hell.
Rodney supports our troops, and we're going to hold that against him.
No,
not at all.
I'm supporting the president on giving some more Tata sauce on the fillet of fish. Once we get that done, everything, the problems in the world will be solved. We just need more Tata sauce.
Dude's all about Tata.
Hey, more Tatas would help.
Oh, he's definitely about the Tatas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, that's one thing him and I have in common.
Me too.
I can tell you that.
All right, boys. Listen, have a good day.
Y'all tomorrow.
Later, brothers. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hit us up on our social medias. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. My man Double R is on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. The lottery number 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328 is the lottery number. Smash that subscribe button and let's get into this conversation. Amigo, how are you? Good.
Sorry to be laughing while you're doing the intro there, man. It's like I'm reading the damn comments. I look up at one of the Tom McKay TVs and old Cam Newton's up there, in that get up. I'm like, look at this guy, man. Sorry, that's what I was.
He's always got some flair, man. Might be one of the best dressed or flamboyantly dressed.
He's definitely unique, right? I mean, he's definitely unique.
Putting on a show. What's on the show today, amigo? Where you want to go first?
So, this Sark thing, we're gaining all the, and we do have
it is real traction, isn't it?
I mean, it's hard to think. It would be one thing if the Rossini thing comes up and he silences that and he does what he does, but these things keep coming up, and that's where you have to think,
right?
Yeah, you have to think at some point. It's like there's a lot of media out there that does random shit for clickbait, but this just keeps happening. This keeps happening. Well, here's Sark. Wags, you asked me if this was here. It actually is here. Here's Sark on the coaches conference call yesterday, where he once again emphatically saying, well, we'll just let him.
Yes, I'd like to comment on something before I get into our team, something that has been bothering me now over the past few weeks, and that is people reporting that or insinuating that there's a possibility I could leave the University of Texas, and that is absolutely false and untrue. I'm not going anywhere. Never do I do this because I never want to be a distraction, so I never address these things. But at this point now, I feel like that is important that I do this because it's important for our team. It's important for our university. I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with the university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team, about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships. I've got 2 kids enrolled at the University of Texas, 1 in law school, 1 on our team. I've got a third that hopefully decides to enroll at the University of Texas next fall, and my wife and I just had our son here in Austin. This is our home. We came here to win championships. We've built a damn good football program over the 5 years that we've been here. We've been to 2 college football playoffs. We won a Big 12 championship. We went to the SEC championship game in year 1. We've had 23 players drafted the last 2 years, which is more than any other school in the country. And our team GPA is at an all-time high. So can we please stop putting things out there that you have absolutely zero evidence on? And then can we please stop retweeting, putting it back out there as if it's true, as if it's the gospel? It is not true. If you have a question about my future, call me or call Chris Delcani, our athletic director, and we can set the record straight for you. So if everybody understand. So moving forward, when some Joe Blow decides to put something on social media out there, we all don't run with it like it's the gospel. Can we all agree on that on this call? And if you have a question about my future with the University of Texas, ask me on one of these calls. Ask Chris Delcani. He'll be more than happy to take your call so that we can set the record straight, so that we can focus on our football team, which is really what we should be doing. Everybody good with that?
Damn.
Man.
Wow. Yeah. That's,
all right. So
I want to hear him emphatically improving his football team, and I get it. It's a distraction right there, but and he says that he rarely does this, but that's the second time in a month that we've had to hear him, kind of extinguish stuff. So, Wags, I go back to like what you and I were
because it's resurfaced. Apparently, he didn't put it out. He didn't put the fire out the first time properly. So here's the thing, right? Like, I actually thought I'm on the side of the fence that thinks he's leaving, right? But after that, like, you can hear the conviction in his voice. Of course, I don't, and a lot of people come out and they're going to deny, accusations, and they're going to deny any rumors and shit that you're leaving, of course, right? Like, that's natural. That's just PR. But the conviction in his voice pulls me more back to, I guess, the fact. I don't know. Maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment, man. I'm believing his word. I was on the side. I was on the side leaning the other way, but now I feel like he's staying after hearing that.
And you and I were kind of
Why are you pulling up the McRib after?
Oh, I know. It's like anytime I see somebody that's giving the McRib a thumbs up, I'm going to pull that shit up. But you and I were kind of texting a little bit back and forth this morning about this conversation, and again, I'm not going to the excuse thing. This dude's been through a lot. This dude's been through a lot in the offseason, because remember, if you go back to the chronology of all this, there was a relationship problem apparently where he and his wife were not going to be together, and that in and of itself, having been through that is a lot that will take your mind different places and distract you from your job, which that's where I go back to the whole thing. It would have been good to have an offensive coordinator in place right here to alleviate some of that stress. But again, that's a different thing. But I mean, you have that, and then I mean, things are fixed, and then boom, oh, by the way, now here's a child. So that's a lot.
That's anybody that's had a child will, a newborn baby, an infant, that's just an added stressor, right? You're up at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., just interrupted sleep at all hours. Yeah, it's tough, and they've dealt with this before. They have 3 children already, and now they have 4. So, or at least from what I can count.
Yeah, and I don't know
how many children they have actually.
Yeah, well, I don't know if all of those
at least 4. I know that.
Yeah, I don't know if they all, if it's a blended family like I have or whatever. But and that's where it gets. That's where I think that it's really, really, because I know on post game the other night we had a lot of people saying, I don't like the fact where people, when they want to criticize Sark, they go back to the sober Sark thing. That's not anything to laugh at. I mean, then he's got that as well. He's dealing with that. But again, that's part of where when CDC brings this dude in, that he has that, and that's been a part of his past, and that's not something to laugh at. But compound that with all of this, with the family stuff, and there is part of me that thinks there's got to be a little steam to this. I mean, I don't know what's going to play itself out. It doesn't help.
The only reason why I think there's traction to it is because it's multiple sources. Well, but again, both will know. One's from the Atlantic and the other's from ESPN. Correct?
Yeah. You had the Athletic.
So I was mistaken. I thought at first Rossini was with ESPN at first, but she's with.
She
ESPN.
was at one point. Yeah, she's
everybody at the Athletic was with ESPN at one point.
Well, and that's why I thought that her report maybe had a little bit of traction, because she's more of an NFL insider to me, to where she would have heard this from somebody. But the fact that he's disputing that any conversations have been had or any of that, and again, we all deny things from time to time, where you choose your words carefully, when you're denying stuff. So I don't know, but it's just a bigger thing where the team hasn't achieved what many thought that it was supposed to achieve. So is there any traction to it? I don't know. Like Brad said, we'll find out, but it's
all scuttlebutt at this point. Well, apparently Double R froze up right there.
Oh, there I am. He's pissed off. He's pissed off, or at least if
I would be too. If people, and again, he's right. It is a distraction to the team, and it's a disservice to the team when they're trying to prepare for Arkansas and trying to salvage a season and trying to limp into the playoffs somehow, some way. And I know I'm going to get dragged for this, but I just at this point, man, I feel like we are undeserving, right? And until in 2 weeks, a lot can happen. A lot can trend in 14 days, right? If the Longhorns start playing absolutely out of their mind and manhandle A&M, you might convince me differently, right? And everybody else in the, that's in the conversation for the playoff start playing down or playing badly, then sure, we can kind of come back to this conversation. But at this point, I think we just need to focus on week to week and worry about, addressing some of the deficiencies in the offseason.
Yeah. And kind of to button this up, I mean, to me, this is where I kind of start putting pieces together of different things, like a little jigsaw puzzle. And it's like, with all these distractions, with these conversations and reports that keep coming out, and then where we've alluded to that this team coming off of a bye looked very unprepared for that Georgia matchup, a little bit of an important game right there. Maybe your season on the line. You start looking at, okay, here's all this scuttlebutt that you're hearing. Here's a team that kind of limps into this game that just doesn't really look ready for the moment whatsoever in any phase of the game. You're like, okay, maybe there is something to it. But that's where we read into that, and we don't really know anything. I mean, Steve Sarkisian knows the truth, and listening to what he said yesterday on that conference call, I tend to believe him, but I'm pretty fucking gullible. I'll tell you that. I mean, if you emphatically tell me something, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm with you on that. So ever developing, get ready for Arkansas. Like you said, that's what's left at this point.
Get ready for Arkansas. They are 13th in the nation in total offense, amigo, coming into this week, this bout. What's your thoughts? What's your Matt? What? concerns with our defense after what you saw, basically them getting dismantled by Georgia?
The Anthony Hill absence, I think, will be a big thing. But you got to figure there. You got Leona Lafau, you got Anthony Smith. That was my player of the game.
How
player of the game.
How do you feel Lafau's played this season? In comparison to last season, it feels like it's kind of been a little bit of a disappointment, right?
It really does. It's very inconsistent.
Actually, I don't know, because he was all over the place. I feel like he was all over the place against Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty balls out. Then he goes quiet. Then the attention comes back to him because he commits a penalty, and that really seems to be the inconsistency there. So I'm assuming you're going to have Lafau, Anthony Smith, who's just been great, and then Trey Moore. That'll be what you're going to be dealing with there with a dual threat quarterback. By the way, because Talon Green, I think he's second on the squad in rushing. So that's where that could be something kind of scary, but. I do think that this is where the depth of this team, if the defensive scheme and whatever is where it needs to be, Kyle Flood, that you should be prepared for that. And that's where this team is that deep and is that good with personnel that, you've got an All-American that's not going to be playing, that's probably going to miss this game, but you got a pretty damn good unit that's going to be in there to stifle what Arkansas is going to bring you. Because Arkansas is going to give you every opportunity. You heard the dude on this morning. Those dudes commit a lot of turnovers. Those dudes commit penalties, not quite like Texas, but they will allow Texas the opportunities to pounce, and Texas has to take advantage of that.
What are we? Sixth in rush defense. They are, I believe, 13th in rush offense, right?
Yeah.
Rush offense. So that will be one hell of a matchup there. You mentioned Green. Yeah. So Green, that's the thing. Like, Green can get you. He can kill you with the wheels and get to the edge, right, with his wheels. But here's when you get him on the run, when you kind of get him off, and this is any quarterback, right? But with Green in particular, what I've seen a little bit in some of the playback here, dude, he's got 10 picks on the season.
Yeah, he's got 10
right. Like, force him into a situation where he has to throw on a run, and there's a good chance where we're getting a turnover, or maybe even the defense is getting scoring. Which at this point, man, the offense kind of needs any help that they can get.
Yeah.
And honestly, Double R, like you see the stat. Everybody sees the damn stat, right? We are the penultimate to worst team in penalties in the nation. So
yeah,
it's about you got to play clean, regardless of who the opposition is. If you don't take care of what's in your own house first, you have a chance at losing this matchup. You do. This is an offense that can absolutely get after you, right? If you had an anomaly of slip up against Florida, you can have the same shit that happens against Arkansas. Here's good thing, right? We're at home. Yeah, we're at home, but I don't know. Anything can happen, man. It's got to be a raucous DKR. That's what we're hoping for.
And here's where I think, to the point that you have talked about all year, is where at times the lack of the pass rush, especially with this dude. I think with this guy, if you can get this dude out of the pocket and get him moving around, you talk about the 10 picks right there. Here's a chance to reaffirm your secondary and get your secondary back on the right track. Because that's one of the big talking points that I had coming out of Georgia, where the secondary looked confused and discombobulated.
I'm wondering who's going to spy. I'm wondering what PK is going to do in the middle of the field, right? Like, if he's going to put Lafau, on the assignment of Green and just have him platoon, or if Moore is going to be have more of an impact here. I don't worry too much about Simmons. I think Simmons will give enough pressure off the edge, and Burke will be there to kind of, counter that and push it back. My concern is the ability to elude it and escape up the middle of the field, right? And if we can contain that, if we can take care of business that way, we'll have a field day with him, right? You can get Green on the run and have him throwing. That's going to be advantageous for us.
And I think that this is maybe where Anthony Hill was going to be, maybe the spy on Talon Green, but you don't have that. But I have the utmost confidence in the guys that will be in that spot. And again, you take the opponent right there. I mean, if this was Georgia or Ohio State, I think it would be a bigger concern that Anthony Hill is not going to play, presuming that he's not going to play. But
to Jake's point, for sure, multiple packages, they absolutely do run different spies. But I would say that Hill in the assignment gets about 65% of the snaps for spy.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that obviously the biggest thing, like
I don't
you
have
said-
that. I don't have that factual record. That's just based off of the eye examination there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the biggest thing, just the state of everything right now, and still with that, and I know a lot of folks are throwing out that possibility of still getting into the college football playoff. To me, that's not a concern right now. Just win the damn games. You know what I mean?
It's not, I just
No.
feel like it's not happening. Like
No.
you guys, the thing to do is play for the Super Bowl, right? And the Super Bowl this year is A&M. So
That's it. That's it. And you look around, and I think
if something happens after that, great, you're on house money. But
Yeah.
if I'm the Longhorns, if I'm Coach Sarkisian, I'm focused from week to week, take care of Arkansas, so that we can finish the season on a great note and not just beat A&M, but hell, if you even want to be a little bit of a sadist, man, wreck their season, wreck their perfect season. So
that's it. Take care of that. And then if you end up in the ReliaQuest Bowl, which is where I'm seeing Texas projected, then you go have a great performance there, and you springboard yourself into 2026. And God damn it, hit that portal. Get in there and hit that portal. Make some adjustments here. I think the main thing out of this, and we can be done with the Sarkisian thing, is that once this is all done, you need to go out and you need to make some changes on the staff. You need to have real hardcore conversations. Are there people that I need to not have on this staff? Do we need to make changes? Do we need, and I know that's hard, man, because it's like, I've been in a position where I'm like in charge of people, and it's like, this person isn't producing. And my superiors come to me and they're like, we need to figure out how we're going to remove this person. That's really, really hard, but that's part of this job, man. It's a pressure cooker, and you just haven't met the expectations this year. And that's for after the season. There's still something to be playing for right here.
yes, sir. I absolutely agree with you there. But I think the thing to do is just focus on Arkansas, right? And then after that, the Super Bowl, like we were just talking about, get to A&M. All right, Amigo, what's your concerns for Arkansas moving forward?
With Arkansas?
What's your concerns this week for Arkansas? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just this is a very good scoring offense. That's when you go to Green and you go to the running attack. That's where I'm extremely concerned that with the defense that we saw against Georgia, again, quality of opponent is something that we're going to go back to. I am fully convinced that we're going to see the offense come out, and we're going to see the usual. You're going to have Ryan Wingo. He was on the injury report, but I think he's fully expected to play. I think you'll have full use of him. When it goes to the offensive side, I am just so concerned that you still cannot run the ball. And this is where I think that Quintravian Wisner, this is where you really need to lean on this guy, really need to be able to lean on this guy and score some points and get ahead of the chains, Wags. And that just hasn't happened, or hasn't happened consistently, right?
Arkansas defense yields 181 yards on the ground, right? That's 115th in the nation.
Yeah.
In terms of allowing rushing yards here. So you want to be able to remedy that. I feel like this could be a good week to see, if Wisner can absolutely get going. It's not that they can't do it, man. We were able to get the, almost 100 yards. I think he got 97 for actual yardage on the ground against Oklahoma, man. But this should be a big week in terms of yard production for the Longhorns. I don't see any reason why not. And also, like, Arkansas's pass defense isn't exactly the greatest either, right? This is a team that can get got. Their offense is so good because it has to be, right? In terms of survivability, they have to go out there and score 30 points a game.
Yeah, this can be a pretty big game for Arch Manning. In the very low percentage of positives that we saw on Saturday night in Athens, Arch Manning was definitely one of the positives because that dude balled out. I mean, the dude did everything that he could. He's getting rushed, running for his life, and he's still making plays. And hey, 14-10, he got it to 14-10, my man. So that's where the inconsistency, it's the same shit every week, Wags. Inconsistency of the offense. I think this game we get the good defense. This isn't Georgia. This isn't well, I mean,
I hope so, because this team Arkansas can put the points up, man. So
yeah. So
but to that point, they also yield 32 a game. And, hopefully that should ignite some type of spark, or gives at least some confidence within our offensive line. Maybe they go back and Coach Flood and Sark sit down and they can do a little bit of self-reflection and maybe even do some scouting too and find some vulnerabilities in Arkansas and find out why, how teams are taking advantage and, scoring 32 against them, right? Like, Jesus, dude, or why Arkansas is yielding 32 points against them. I'm expecting a big productivity on the ground here, man. Some good ground and pound. I'd like to see Wisner get over the century mark and then sprinkle a little bit of Baxter in that too. Get your backs involved with the passing game too. I think that helps. That will help out Arch tremendously, right? And also it naturally just opens up the field for the deep ball as well.
Yeah. Well, and like Bear talks about here, I want to see a clean game. I don't want to see this penalty thing, man. Those are the things that keep coaches awake at night and piss you off as a fan, to where it's like, those are the coachables. I mean, things are going to happen, but man, all these pre-snaps and I think the offensive line rebounds this week.
No, to Bear's point, like I think we mentioned that about 10 minutes ago too. Like, you can go in there and break down all the deficiencies of Arkansas that you want to. If you're not taking care of yourself problems first, you can't limit the penalties. Hell, just get them at this point, get them to 5, right? Just get it down to 5 penalties at this point. Take it down. What I think they're averaging 9 penalties a game or some shit like that. Just get it down to 5. Yeah, right? That's good for me. I'd love to see it at 3.
Yeah.
But hell, I'll take 5.
And that stuff, Wags, that goes back to the distractions and is Sark doing this or whatever, to where when you're an undisciplined football team, that's, if folks want to say coaching, that's distractions, that's different things going on. So hopefully all that gets cleaned up. This program needs a really, really good day. You know what I mean? You need to win you need to do everything you didn't do against Georgia. Win all 3 phases.
It's poised to have one with the numbers that the Arkansas defense puts up there. So
that's exactly right.
I would like to see, you keep talking Wingo. Everybody, and a lot of people keep mentioning Wingo, trying to get Wingo involved. I think I'm moving on from Wingo, man. Like, I would love to see Mosley implemented a little bit more. I think Mosley is wide receiver number 1 for this group.
He seems to be the one to be able to make
comes up in clutch moments. He's always there, and whenever the ball is thrown in his radius, it seems like he comes down with it. Now, I don't have this catch radius percentage right in front of me, but I know that he and injuries are at amongst the top of the receiver group that usually come down without drops. So
yeah. Hopefully, and that's the other thing. I hope Wags. I don't care who it is. I hope somebody catches a goddamn football. Not to use the Lord's name in vain, but after Saturday, somebody catch the ball. Anybody. I mean, just help your quarterback out a little bit. Help your quarterback out. It's a get right game here, and
so
get right game.
To that point, I think the best way to do that is you start with your running back. You work inside out, right? You don't have to take the deep shots there. If it's there, absolutely, let it rip, Arch. But to help Arch out, get your running backs involved in the passing game a little bit, suck that defense in, and then just blow the doors off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Wags, how about a word from our friends at AV Consultations? That holiday season is coming up. You can watch all your college football, bowl games, college basketball, NBA, all of that good stuff happening. You can watch your Netflix and chill, all of that. It's our friends at AV Consultations.
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax. Enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Love it. Our man, Tom McKay, avconsultations.com. Also, that holiday season is here, friends. We're right on the cusp of Thanksgiving. It's a week out, a week and a half out. And then you're going to have the holiday season. All the Christmas music is already starting. I've heard it. I've been to the HEB. All of the holiday stuff is out, but I'll tell you what, my house is holiday ready because of my friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting, humbuglights.com. Check that website out right now. If you want that unique, very beautiful holiday light display up on your property or out in your yard, whatever the case is, let them handle that for you. Everything is custom holiday lighting. The installation is top-notch professional. You're not going to see any of the cords. You're not going to see any of that. It's all put away. And here's the best part about it. It's full season maintenance. They're going to take care of this. And let's say that you have your lighting up and something goes wrong. You have a bulb that goes out. You have a part that drops off of the eave of the roof or whatever. All you have to do is contact them. They're going to come out and fix it and make it right for you. The postseason takedown, they store it away for you. And it's commercial grade LED lights included. This is not the stuff that you're going to get at the retail store where they're going to burn out within 6 hours of having them on. This is top-notch stuff, and it's residential or commercial. Somebody reached out to me, said, Double R, I have a business. I want to get it fixed up this year. Can they come do me a storefront? Can they do it? Absolutely. They can take care of a personal residence, a commercial property, whatever the case is. Look, enjoy the holidays without any setup or stress. No need to get on a ladder. No need to worry about having to go up on top of the property. They're going to take care of it for you, and it's super easy. You can reach out to them. They'll get you a mock-up of what your property is going to look like. You approve it. You make the changes that you want to make. It's fast and reliable, the maintenance. It's safety focus on the installations. And if you're not happy, they're going to make it right. That's the bottom line. And there are not a lot of people that will actually do that. That's what happens with our friends at Humbug, 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text them at 512-222-1820 or visit humbuglights.com to schedule your free design consultation. And then you want to get that install set up because spots are filling up fast. The time is right now. Check them out online at humbuglights.com. Also, have to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Hey, what a better gift during the holiday season? A new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One spot to go.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbeecave.com.
Also need to tell you about our guy, Hurricane Hecht. That's right. Your personal go-to attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom with that burnt orange, right? And if you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. That number, 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, fighter for the people, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call that number. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hectlawfirm.com, Ryan at HECT.lawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT.lawfirm.com. Telling the crew from TSU sent you. Left that H out of there, Double R.
Hey, man, it happens. It happens. It happens, dude. Treated to some fun college basketball last night, huh?
Yeah, man. Where were you at with it? What did you take? What did you watch last night? What did you get into?
The Arizona Connecticut one was the one that I obviously wanted to check in there. And look, Arizona's damn good, man. This freshman, man, this Pete, this guy right here, man, in a highly in a highly touted freshman class. This is a dude that man, this class is really, really good. And to watch this dude last night, there's Arizona to me is going to make some noise this year.
Yeah, I mean, you're the best one that played last night, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like you mentioned, Pete. But Bradley was the dude that was able to sit there and finish it off. He was the one that actually stole the show for me. And UConn was right in UConn's grasp, man. And then they were just lethargic. Beat themselves basically, and you heard Hurley, kind of mention that in the post game there. But yeah, these are two teams that are absolutely going to be beating up on their conferences, man. And Arizona's, you mentioned the nasty freshman there with Pete, but look out for for UConn too, right? So like, where are they at on Ken Palm's ranking? I know that ESPN has them at like 3 and 4, I believe. 3 for UConn and 4 for the Wildcats. On Ken Palm, they actually have the Arizona at 5 and then UConn at 9. So again, just another little stat or metrics to go off of with Ken Palm's website there. But yeah, on great display. And that was just the tip off, amigo. Then we got started with a little bit of Bama and a Big Ten bout with Illinois, dude. Your thoughts on that?
I do want to mention though about UConn right quick. So,
no, absolutely. By all means, for sure.
The thing about it, dude, what you think about it, I see some folks kind of frowning on UConn. Dude, they didn't have Terrace Reed in that game. So when you go and you look at that, where they struggled, they shot what 50% from the free throw line. That's not good enough against somebody like Arizona. They struggled from the field as well. What does Reed do well? He shoots 74%, field goal, and then in free throws he shoots 63%. So there's that right there. UConn's gonna be fine. We will see these two Longhorns again. But that's the beauty of this. Alabama, you mentioned Alabama.
We might see these two Longhorns again if March Madness plays itself out like that.
When those brackets lay themselves out, a lot of us may have those two, playing each other again at that point. But hey, our SEC conversation yesterday about Alabama and Arkansas and all of these, that great display last night. There you go, Alabama.
Yeah,
Alabama.
so Alabama is fantastic, right? But I don't know if they have the depth, which is kind of what I was talking about last night. But the dudes that are on the floor, holy shit, they can play. Phylon, he 10 of the last 20 some points for Bama last night to just kind of seal the deal and take the show. How about you want to feel old? How about Peja Stojanovic's son last night? His son, not Peja, who was doing the same craftiness, with the Euro play and the Euro step. But how about Peja last night, man? Absolutely fantastic, dude.
Isn't that the thing about it where you've watched sports all your damn life and you start seeing sons of sons and all these different...
So that's the little stuff of mortality that reminds me of mortality, right? Like it's not my my grandparents dying and stuff like that, or just our elders passing. It's when you start to see things in sports turn over, right? Like, oh my God, that like Boozer's kids,
the night before.
Hayden Boozer. It's just like Jesus, man, what the hell's going on?
But
it's wild, right? It's absolutely wild. Who did I want to highlight from Illinois last night? Their guard. He wasn't Boswell.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't exactly the greatest from the arc. As a matter of fact, I don't even think he hit a shot from the arc. But like,
he's 0 for 4. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. But here's my thing. I wanted to compare this. He was so effective last night playing downhill and getting to the rim, right? And this is the message to Pope, right? And I'm not trying to bring Longhorn basketball into the conversation because we had a great display last night between Bama and Illinois. But if Pope can play like Boswell last night, right? And just get downhill and just be effective. And even if it's not there, even if the layup's not there, right? You can force somebody, create the interaction, I guess the contact there and try for the and one. Or if you can't get that, look for the dish out and then have the pass around the rim and then hit Heidi like you did the other night against Ryder. I guess my point is don't let it just be because it was Ryder, you took advantage of it, right? Play downhill, be aggressive, and that's just the way you got to be, man.
Share the basketball. I mean, like you're saying right there. I mean,
passing,
feel free to share the basketball.
Moving the rock is a lot faster than dribbling the rock. That's fundamentals, man. That's just ball 101 right there. Ball 101, which brings me to my point. It's good to see fundamental basketball back in the Longhorn gym.
Exactly, and that's where you look at these teams that do things extremely well. That when teams do that extremely well, when they're passing that ball around, you have a shot clock there. It's not against the law to use up some of that time. It's not against the rules to use up some of that time. Use it up and move it around and get the best shot that you can.
No, for sure.
And that's fundamental. That's fundamental.
For sure. But last, I mean, and going back to Nate Oates, right? Nate, it doesn't matter what year or what type of roster that Nate Oates has, it just seems like they can get close to 100 points, or it seems like they're going to get 80 points a game, right? They're just high productivity. It's a high-powered offense, man, and these guys can fly. They move fast up the floor, and then when they're in the half-court set, they're absolute dominant too. Alabama's not big, but they're long. They're long and athletic, man, and that's just going to create problems, man. Who was the other guy last night for Bama?
Number 0. What's that dude's name?
No.
Shit. I think he had 24 points.
Bristow, coming back from injury, right? Now, he didn't start, but he was just an absolute machine. He was all over the place last night, getting offensive rebounds, and then next absolute ensuing sequence, getting down there and getting defensive rebounds and then creating fast breaks and stuff. That's the type of stuff. That's the type of hustle rat that you need. That's what we have in terms of Kendall Weaver there. If you can put all that together, man, you can get around. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to be a juggernaut like Alabama, right?
Yeah.
But I do think you can contend in this SEC conference, right? I think Kentucky's are going to be the dandies of the conference. I know Florida is the returning champions, but I don't know. I think Mosley, man. I don't know if you've had a chance to see this kid Mosley play yet for Kentucky. Right now, he's coming off the bench. Double R. He's a freshman, right? But once he gets a little bit more, asked to, weight to him, I think Pope will put him in there, or just maybe a little bit more experience, right? He's a little bit raw right now, but once he gets in there, this 7-footer is going to dominate, man.
But what you said about Alabama, that starting 5, that really is where like those dudes roll out, and it's like shit. It's just a little bit of depth, just a little, which is going to be imperative in this conference. But because when you have to go to the bench, that's where I think you had a couple of dudes that scored 10. I think for Alabama, at least 10 off of the bench.
Yeah, but it's not so much the point. For me, it's the minutes. Like, how many minutes are they contributing? Right? Are they getting around 20 minutes? Are they getting 15 minutes? Like that's key contribution for me. Like that tells me how much depth a team actually has. Right? It's not when you go to them in garbage time or someone's in foul trouble. It's when you're actually using them. So points is great. I mean, somebody can go on a flyer for 2 minutes, just in a 2-minute stretch, and get 9 points. I mean, hell, look what Phylon did last night. Right?
Exactly. Yeah,
absolutely closed it out. But hell, over to Illinois, right? Which kind of, I'm not saying that we embody what Illinois has, but we do have a little bit of physicality. I mean, Illinois is just a traditional Big Ten roster, right? I mean, huge physical bigs down low, and then guards that can drive and dish out on the perimeter and look for a nice little cut when somebody's coming in and when the defense is rotating over, and then you get an easy lob. And then you had that key sniper that's on your team there. That's classic Illinois team, which is what Peja's son is. But yeah, they're Andres Stojankovic, I think's the dude's name. But yeah, Illinois is going to be a wrecking ball, man. It's going to be fun basketball, man. I'm glad college hoops is back.
And that's a good part about it, where you do see these matchups early in the year, and they're just these teams are all going to get better. Like talking about UConn, I mean, UConn, once they have all of the pieces in place, I mean, they're going to be lights out there with Arizona and Illinois. That's why I love the early part of college basketball. I don't really get into it until whenever. Well, you need to watch the first part of the season, because that's where you can watch the infancy of these teams playing each other, and then when they play each other again down the road, which could conceivably happen with the way that this works, who's improved, who's changed, whatever. Yeah. I like it.
Real quick before we get into Thursday night football, or a preview of Thursday night football. Yes, Rob, I did see the game last night. Of course, I saw the puck drop. Big night for Leonard last night. Tommy getting on the score sheet. I thought we were in trouble, honestly. It looked like McDavid, had his vision there. Draisaitl getting on the score sheet. But yeah, big victory over the Oilers there, who scored 4, right? They potted 4, but that's just it. I keep going back to it. If you're going to beat the Oilers, you got to score more than 4 points. Or 4 goals, right? And Caps just did that last night. Huge night, man. Got the extra point as well. Got the 6 and the extra point last night. 7-4 the score. Caps take down Edmonton. Into Thursday night football, amigo. How about this? Are we gonna get another stinker on Thursday night football, dude?
It's no CJ Stroud, so it's like
Davis Mills. So I had
Yeah.
Davis Mills
Boom.
to my dynasty roster.
Davis Mills in the Battle Red. I think I heard somewhere they're going to be wearing the Battle Reds tonight. So, the inconsistency of Buffalo.
I like the alternate uniforms. I like on Thursday Night Football when they do the alternate uniforms.
Yeah, and Rob nails it right there. This is huge when it comes to the playoffs and to the playoff picture, I guess I should say, because for Buffalo, I think if Buffalo drops this, if Buffalo doesn't win this game, they are, if they haven't already, they're in serious trouble of possibly not winning the East.
What's Texas's rush defense? Where are they at in terms of rush defense here? Let me look this up. Because that could be the key. Like, for some reason, there's nothing about the Bills' passing attack or their wide receiver room that scares the shit out of me, right? It's usually can James cook, right? And no pun intended, can he get cooking? But dude, like, can Allen beat you? Allen's usually going to beat you with his legs. That is the critical factor, right? When you're looking at like a third and critical for the opposition to get off the field, or for tonight, right? Like, if Texas can get off the field on third down, that's going to pay dividends. Clearly, that I'm not breaking down, rocket science here for football. That's just football 101, right? You got to be able to win on third downs, and to do that, you got to contain Josh Allen with his legs. I don't think the Houston Texans are going to have to struggle mightily on or worry that much about getting the doors blown off them with their secondary, right? You just got to keep people in front of you, and ultimately it's been a tough feat, for teams going up against Buffalo with their rushing attack. So if you're able to contain James Cook and get off the field on third down and not let Allen beat you with his legs, I think you're going to win. Where's the Bills' productivity come from through the air?
That's what we've been talking about. Oh, yeah, the tight end. Because you don't have that option on the outside to where that's where I go back to where, imagine George Pickens on the Buffalo Bills. Holy shit! But I want George Pickens to stay where he's at. But again, that's a cost thing. But yeah, I think Buffalo should take care of this tonight. I mean, because it is James Cook. I think that James Cook has the opportunity to have a huge night, which I do have that guy in a money-paying fantasy football league. So I'm really hoping that he cooks tonight, literally. But for Houston, I think it's just going to be a tall order without C.J. Stroud. I mean, third straight game that you don't have that dude in the ball game, and it's just. This is do or die. Houston is in panic mode, I think, right now, to where you have to win. It's kind of like we talk about with Texas, where you just need to take care of business right now. And with Buffalo rolling in here, I really think that's the last opponent that you want to see if you're setting your sights on trying.
Houston's in the 8th spot, right? Houston's in the 8th spot, right behind Jacksonville. Chargers on the bye this week, so man, they can't hurt themselves, right? So if Houston, this is a must win. Absolutely, you're right. Absolute must win for Houston. They're kind of in survival mode right now. Yeah, man. Should be a good one tonight, man. Your thoughts? What is the over under on this bad boy?
Buffalo by 6. Buffalo at -6 this is the last thing I saw this morning.
Yeah, it's still there. Buffalo.
Over under a 43.5.
Do we say wrong team favored?
I can't. I know it's at Houston. I think with your starting quarterback in there, maybe I would consider saying wrong team favorite. I just don't think I can, Wags. I want Houston to win. I want Houston to be the spoiler here. I just can't do it, man. Just can't do it. No offense, Davis Mills. I just can't give you that. Battle red or not, I just can't do it.
Yards allowed, dude, the Texans have the best defense in terms of yards yielded. So 258. Where are they at on the ground? I didn't pick that up. Yeah, they sub 100, dude. 87. Yeah. 87 yards per game that they allow on the ground.
Yeah.
I think I'm taking Texas. I think I'm taking Houston Texans.
You think you're gonna get on the offensive side? Do you think you get a big night from Chubby? Think Chubby's gonna get you? If you get 90 yards from Nick Chubb, I think you're good. But that's
well, he's going to need Davis Mills is going to need a lot of help from Chubb. So I would hope that Chubb can get going, especially in terms of selfishness there for my dynasty league. Yes, I'm hurting that bad in my running back room to where I'm limping with. J.K. Dobbins went down, so now I have to put Chubb in. So,
well, I think for Davis Mills tonight, I think his best friend tonight could be Dalton Schultz, the good old tight end that we talk about. I think the tight end could be the man that helps Davis Mills. Just seems like too much. Just seems like too much, man. I got to go with Buffalo. I can't go wrong team favorite on this one. As much as I wish I could. I wish all the best for Houston. I just can't see it, man. Just can't see it.
Big night from Nico tonight?
Better. He better have a big night tonight.
What is the team money? If you are out there listening, amigo, do you have a prop on Nico tonight? What's up with Kyle? What does Collins have tonight?
What does Nico average per game? 71 yards per game. I think if you could get, well, I mean, say you get a 100-yard night out of Nico Collins, that means one thing, that Davis Mills is being extremely effective, and Nico
yard
Collins,
productivity is great, but if Nico's like if he's getting like 8 or 9 receptions tonight, like that's when you know they found something and they're able to expose Buffalo's defense. But I don't think there's that many gaps in their defense for Buffalo.
I don't think so either. Nico averages 13 yards per catch. Shit, if you get that, you're golden. I mean, unless he has 2 catches. But you're going to need a big Nico. You're going to need a big
family first, brother. Family first. That's what I'm talking about. At least you have discipline. At least you have discipline. A lot of us do not. I'm not even going to be the devil's advocate. We are not going to be talking temptation here.
Yeah, that's a funny thing where, like, when the gambling stuff starts, when folks talk about when these gambling disputes or gambling scandals start happening, it's like, why this happens? Because it's the conversation all the time. We sit here and we start talking about lines on football games and basketball games and baseball games. It's like everywhere. It drives the sport. It brings people to sports. So, but I totally get that, and it's a good time of year to break away from that.
You got anything else going on? What, are you putting up lights or anything like that? You don't have to, right? You tended to your lights. You got anything else going on before Thursday Night Football?
What all do I actually? Oh, you know what happened to me? So I didn't even mention this yesterday. So, like, my AC quit working. My AC hadn't worked upstairs for like the last 2 days.
Thank God. Well, it is, for some reason, it is 90 degrees in middle of November. But weather's supposed to be changing. Weather's turning, right?
Supposed to rain like a sumbitch at 5 o'clock.
We did get a little bit of a drizzle. I heard a little bit of a drizzle during the show. So
yeah, supposed to rain about 5. Yeah, I love how they say that. It's gonna rain at 5. How do you know? It's like you can't even. And then they're like, next Wednesday it's gonna rain a lot. I'm like, dude, you can't tell me what's happening now. How are you gonna tell me next Wednesday that it's gonna rain and at 5?
Yeah, but when they're right, man, they look like geniuses.
I know that accountability thing, right? I want that job.
It's not apparently, and it's not about your record. It's just about your last trip. So
that's it. Speaking of job, if you have a indoor or outdoor job that you want done at your property, you need to call our friends at McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Also, great call from Mike McCall on the Coda text line where he's talking about back to the Sark thing. Keep in mind, he's got to do recovery. It takes up a lot of time. And I'm reading Mike's text. It takes a lot of time from someone in recovery and someone with an 8-month-old child. So there's a lot going on there with Sark.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. McCall Custom Homes, an outdoor project, indoor, whatever. They've been doing it for 40 years, a father-son team right here in the Central Texas area. They're happy to do that for you. You have your vision. They'll add their input and get you all set up on what you're looking to do. Get a call in today. And the beautiful part about it is free installs happening right now during the holiday season. 512-633-9580. Everybody that we talk about here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, when we give you a website or we give you a phone number or a text number, you're talking to those people. I mean, Hurricane Hecht, Humbug, Mike McCall, Tom McKay. You're talking to those people, not somebody else. We build value into your home. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And check out the Google reviews. Check out the BBB 5-star ratings. All of that is there. Put your vision together with theirs, and you're going to come out with a great product. I'm a satisfied customer. I tell everybody that's in need about McCall. Again, 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. As they say, we build value into your home. Speaking of that, how's the pool? Do you swim every day, Wags? Are you like in that thing every day right now? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I clean it. I don't exactly go for a swim, but I clean it every day. So the first month is critical. You have to at least brush it and do some curation for the first 30 days, or else you'll have stuff that kind of form on the concrete there or whatever. You just got to make sure that everything's kind of smoothing over and allowing whatever's ever on the deck, like whatever you used for your deck, your finisher, to kind of brush over and kind of
run off in there.
Get smooth. Yeah. It's, I don't know. My kid goes swimming every day. My son, I say kid, my son goes swimming every day. My wife went swimming last night. First night where she wasn't exactly in a lot of pain, so she was able to go out there and experience, the pool for the first time. She got the pool is 72 degrees. Naturally, we don't have a heater for it or nothing like that. That's too expensive. But naturally, it's 72 degrees and she still put a wetsuit on just so she could swim laps. I think she just wanted to test the wetsuit to see if it actually worked or whatever. But yeah, she had a little harness, like a little anchor to it, man, a tether, and it was fun. She was out there swimming laps. So I think we're absolutely cutting the cord from Lifetime. Goodbye, Lifetime.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and what that's like $300 a month or $250. They gave us a little bit of a package deal because we're a family of three.
Yeah.
But yeah, $250 a month is just, if you use it every day, sure, probably worth it, right? But we just weren't. So yeah, cutting that expense out and adding 300 to something, putting 300 a month is something else.
How do you shock a pool? Like when they say you have to shock the
Add
pool?
shock. It's chemicals. You're adding shock.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Shock and pH.
Guys,
what's up?
Oh no. I got two things for you this morning.
What? Shock and pH? What?
No. Do y'all want to guess who was fired from their job, relieved of their duties 9 years ago?
Tom Herman.
No.
Charlie.
The man who didn't drink his milk. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Also, wanted to show y'all this yesterday, but I forgot. Something remarkable in high school sports. Gordon beat Plano West. Gordon is a 6-man school, 1A. They have 75 kids enrolled. Plano West, one of the larger 6A programs, not in the state, but in DFW, almost 5,000 kids. And they lost in overtime in women's basketball.
Oh, I love it. Love that, man.
Is that not nuts?
That's
That's
a good story.
Yeah.
75 versus 5,000. How about that? But
that's great.
But yeah,
So-
I got the lights on in here today because it's raining and extremely dark out. I look like I'm in a closet when they're not turned on. So, yeah, just giving y'all the heads up.
Real quick, fellas, Double R Wags, before y'all run, I got to start tuning the chaos theory a little bit early. Were y'all railing on weather people?
No, absolutely not. I think they look like geniuses when they get it right.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends that do that job. So
this guy rails on everybody. I don't rail on anybody.
Yeah, they kind of take it as a compliment when I even bring them up. So it's a cool job though, right? It's like, you totally get it wrong.
I got
You
too
totally
much
miss.
shit going on with me. I got too much shit wrong with me to worry about other people. Right? Like I don't mess with other people. I got to fix me first. So
Double R, here's the thing, man. Being a Floridian, like it's a totally different gig, right? Because you just say it's going to rain between 2 and 5 o'clock, and you're right. 90% of the year.
Yeah.
So it's a different gig. Like a good friend of mine works for the Weather Channel right now. She's on basically Monday through Fridays in the afternoon.
Nice.
And she loves it because it's like, we handle the Southeast. At least her role handles the Southeast. You just say it's going to rain between 2 and 5, and you're right. Simple as that.
Lived in Hawaii for 5 years. I'm not bullshitting you. Like it would rain on one side of the street and not the other.
Happens.
Crazy.
Happens. But yeah,
Hey,
I thought you guys were railing on weather people. So like, man, I need to get to chaos theory about 10 minutes early.
No, I ain't good enough to rail on anybody.
Maybe this is a Texas thing or an East Texas thing. What would your parents or your people call it when it's raining when the sun's out?
Raining when the sun's out.
Raining when the sun's out. I think here we just kind of called it another fall day, because that would happen, like beat ass hot, and it's pouring down rain, and you're like out playing in the street, and it's like you're getting all that. Then it starts smoking, and you start getting that heat up off of the concrete, the blacktop. It's like, damn, it's like you're in the WWF. It's like you're the Undertaker.
I don't know. Usually I would go looking for the pot of gold, bro. I don't know.
No, one time, this was years ago. Nick and I were driving back from somewhere, and it was raining with the sun out. And he's just like, the devil's beating his wife. And I was like, what? And he's like, it's raining when the sun's out. The devil's beating his wife. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, my mom used to always say that. I guess it's like an East Texas thing.
Ooh.
I was like, what?
The only thing like that I've ever heard in terms of the weather is
this right here.
No, I've never heard that. I've heard like when it's thunder, like for thunder, like I've heard like the angels are bowling.
I haven't heard none of that.
That's the only thing that I've heard in terms of weather in heaven or weather in biblical terms.
Yeah.
Man.
Eric's like down in Florida, just another day.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say these weather occurrences you talk about happen every day, so we don't have names for them.
Yeah. And then you get the other thing you get when, depending on what's happening here, is like, go move the car, because it's like it randomly start hailing. It's like rain and then boom, it's hailing.
Yeah. There's my guy Antoine knows what's up. Yeah, in K-Bay, bro. We lived in Kailua too, so we were in K-Bay for the first year, and then we moved out to Kailua after that. But yeah, like it rains on one side, and then you go to Gilligan's Island, or it's not really Gilligan's Island. It's the sandbar, man. That's like the ultimate party stuff. You get a little pontoon boat.
Yes.
You just kind of cruise on out there, man, and it's just everybody brings their vessels up, and you just have a nice little party on the sandbar where the tide goes out, and then it comes in. It's fantastic, man. Making me miss it, Antoine.
There it is.
Wags, I didn't live that life in Hawaii, but over on the east coast of Florida, where you get.
I'm assuming it's the same way, right? Especially
same
type of climate. Well, South Pacific and Caribbean, kind of right there.
Yeah.
Yo, does this work at all? Because I've thought about this. Like, when it hails here, there's no covered parking where I live, so I'd have to drive to the parking garage of a hospital. Like,
I mean, shit, it can't hurt. It's protective, right?
7 minutes down the road.
My neighbor, they have a nice Bronco, and they can't put it in the garage because dude's got to hold this whole workout thing in there, and they actually tarp theirs. Like when there's any, they tarp it with the good straps. They put the good strap-ons on. And they tarp those vehicles, and we've had hailstorms, and they never get fucked up, guys. Never. I've been through two vehicles.
About this? What are you all getting into?
Texas, Arkansas course. Talking about Steve Sarkisian saying he's going to be the coach at Texas next year. Like
you believe him?
Yesterday.
Yeah, Jay Guns, what's up?
So Hank and I are recording the State of Recruiting podcast yesterday. And, we record Wednesdays. It comes out Thursdays. The video version on YouTube on Fridays. I don't know why it's a different day, but our bosses tell us to do it that way. And Hank's like, oh, we got breaking news. Steve Sarkisian on the SEC coaches call, says he's not going anywhere or whatnot. And I'm literally like, duh, what's he say? Well, what did you think he was gonna say?
Sure, I'm leaving, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, here we go.
Packing right now.
Yeah, he has to say what he said. He was never gonna say anything different, And I brought up like, hey, you want to guess which coach said he wasn't going anywhere? Jim Schlossnagle, Mike Elko. The list goes on. Lane Kiffin in a little bit.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Did y'all see what Lane Kiffin did yesterday?
No, what's in the Lane saga today?
Someone asked him because the Ole Miss market, I mean, they're struggling right now because like he is Hall of Fame deflection, Hall of Fame, lie, deny, deceive, right? Like like your Marine buddy taught you. And
at all costs, lie, deny, deceive. 100.
Oh my God!
No, let him. It's his world too, Jordan. It's his world too. Damn it.
That's Sark talking right now. I'm not leaving.
Yeah, but what's it called? God damn!
Bring him on the show.
No,
if he interrupted, bring him on the show.
Someone asked Lane Kiffin like, "Hey, are you planning on coaching in the Egg Bowl?" Because you know how it was reported he has an ultimatum. He has to let them know. And he was like, I'm the head coach at Ole Miss. Why wouldn't I be coaching in the Egg Bowl? He's like, that game is next week. Why would I not be preparing to coach in that game? It's next week. Like, that's what he said. So, yeah.
Deny. Absolutely.
All right, gents. Well, we're going to get out of your hair, man. Y'all have a great one. Be good.
Sweet. Well, hey. Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. We got a rainy day up here in Fort Worth. Looks pretty sunny in Austin based off the room you're in.
Nah, you're just seeing the shit ton of ring lights. My, better half, because she pretends to care about my job, has set me up with a ring light that goes on the laptop here. The webcam I'm looking to has a ring light, and there's a massive ring light to the right. It's actually overcast as shit.
Oh, well, hey, shout out to Mrs. Eric Henry. And hey, she did a good job. You can't even see the ring light reflection in your glasses.
Hey, listen, let's not start giving her Mrs. titles yet. Or I just said she's a better half. I didn't say she all that.
Okay,
she's a damn Indiana fan, all right? So it's bad enough I got to suffer through that.
Hey, can someone fact check this? I've seen a lot of people talk online. I've never seen this many Indiana fans. I never knew there were this many Indiana fans. I saw someone say, hey, we have the largest or second largest living alumni, the Hoosiers do. Can someone fact check that?
I'll ask her. She's not an IU alum, but she's from Indiana. Half her family. It's like a Notre Dame, Indiana family. So she may have the answer to that. But no, I didn't know that at all.
Fun fact, my I guess I might be able to pull for the Hoosiers. My mom's mom and my mom's dad both went to Indiana, in Bloomington too, the main campus, and went up there in middle school because my sister was looking at playing college volleyball, and that was, when they stunk, and like Tevin Coleman was their golden boy, right? Tevin Coleman, that's all they had for a while, and I remember looking at their stadium and being like, this is it. And then you see the basketball arena, and it's like, oh, no. And now it makes more sense why their football program is the way it is. But I don't know. Nonetheless, we're going to start it with the Texas, Arkansas.
Real quick, before we get into serious news, CB, this accounts for skimpy. I just saw your comment here. She maybe I'm from Florida. She's fully dressed. I wouldn't call it skimpy. But nevertheless, continue on, Jordan.
No doubt. According to Google, Indiana indeed does have the largest living alumni. By the way. But all right, Texas, Arkansas injury report. 2 Longhorns listed. Ryan Wingo is probable. Anthony Hill Jr. questionable. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Chip report Anthony Hill isn't going to play and he's out?
He did, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm very curious how Sark and the Texas folks feel because, the entire Texas market reported like – yesterday morning at the latest, Ant Hill wasn't playing in this game, and he's now listed as questionable. So, I guess Bobby Petrino, they better hope he stays off the Texas message board sites. But Ryan Wingo listed as probable. Reportedly was banged up after the game. Probable to play. Anthony Hill, we're not expecting that. As far as Arkansas goes, they have 7 players listed as questionable or listed as out. 2 players listed as questionable. Braylon Russell, number 0. He's their, big-bodied runner. He's like 6 foot, 6'1", 240, 250. In-state kid for them, and he wears that big number 0. And I brought it up yesterday. Texas did have interest in him in the portal, but everything I ever heard on that was that he only went in the portal to have more leverage with negotiating with Arkansas. So maybe that changes after this year. They're going to have a new staff, new coaches in place. I highly doubt Petrino gets to keep his job unless he beats Texas this weekend and pulls another rabbit out of his ass or something. And then Charlie Collins, I don't know how much he's actually played this year, but I do know in their 2024 class, he was their highest ranked prospect, if I'm not mistaken. It was him or Selman Bridges. Collins was in the top 100. Believe he's originally from Arkansas, maybe a Little Rock kid. And it was a really big deal that they got his commitment because they battled other SEC teams that actually wanted him and were, making a big effort to get him because he was one of the top D-line prospects in the country. So, yeah, and to be honest, I don't really recognize the names of these guys that are out. I believe Jaylen Brown might be a starting or rotational receiver. But besides him, the only other name I can speak on is Shaq McCroy. He was a top 247 offensive tackle out of the state of Alabama. Spent his true freshman year at Oregon. He either didn't play at all or played less than 4 games. And then Arkansas got him in the portal. Very, very raw out of high school. He was one of those kind of like you look up a photo of Kyle Flood's desired O-lineman, a picture of this kid would pop up. He's like 6'7", 350, just humongous. And Oregon was actually very upset that he left. They wanted to keep him and they made an effort to keep him, but he wanted some playing time, wanted to be closer to home. And, Arkansas at the time, their head coach is a former O-lineman, former O-line coach, and Sam Pittman, and they got him done. So if Shaq McCroy's in the portal, don't be surprised at all. At the same time, whoever the new Arkansas coach is, this will very likely be the best offensive tackle on the roster. So I could see them being pretty aggressive to keep him. So, yeah. Jake Bayless with AJ Green question. Eric, do you have anything on the guys that are out besides what I said? I just don't know the team super well.
Yeah, super quick. This is the last one. I'm going to derail the show for I actually get to work. Jake Bayless, I got that comment on Degree Mill in my alma mater. Yes, for $75, you can have one of these with a coffee stain on it. Yes, my alma mater is indeed a Degree Mill. 70 Jake Bayless, boom, right there. All right, to actual work here, and stop derailing the show. Yeah, Monty Harrison, just to add to what you said, the only other name that I'm familiar with, Monte Harrison. He's about as old as me. Jordan, he was a minor league baseball player. I think it was a 3-star kid coming out of high school.
Wait, that's this guy? He's actually playing for them?
Yeah. He went to that. What's that? Jordan, if I say it, describe it like this, you'll know the school I'm talking about. That one prep school in Arkansas that's it's a Christian school known for putting out talent. Springdale, I believe, or something like that.
Academy.
Yeah. That's right. That. So he was like a 3-star kind of there like a decade ago. That's the only name there. All right. 2 actually important things with Texas, right? Yeah, the Anthony Hill thing I think is going to be interesting. As you noted, Chip Brown, not just Chip Brown, there were plenty of Inside Texas reported it. I don't know about Orange Bloods, but I know Inside Texas reported, Chip Brown reported that Anthony Hill will be out. If for whatever reason Anthony Hill can play, it can only help Texas in my mind, right? And let's just call a spade a spade. I don't think this is a game that I have Texas win this game, which reminds me, sorry, Hank South, I need to send in my prediction. I'll have to do it after Sark. I apologize. This is a game I think I've got Texas winning 30-23, but Jordan, we had Trey Biddy on from hogsports.com, who was, our 24/7 Sports Arkansas site. And he noted that Arkansas, of their 5 losses, they have, it's like a combined, 13 points, something like that, right? They play games close. Now, and I've only seen one of their games full. I think it was the Memphis game. That's a game that, they were up and let Memphis come back. Arkansas is
Memphis money line that weekend. Shout out to the former quarterback Seth Hannigan.
There you go. This is a game that let's call a spade a spade. It's Arkansas's bowl game. It's Arkansas Super Bowl, right? They've got this is what they have to play for. They have nothing else left to play for. This is a game that I see being competitive into the second half. So to the injury report, not trying to say, hey, I hope Chip's report and others inside Texas is wrong. But if you're a Texas fan, you have to hope that Anthony Hill can club it in play. Because I just think, I don't know how you feel about this, Jordan. Ty Anthony Smith is a good player at this point in his career, but I don't think he's one that, there'd be a noticeable drop off if Anthony Hill can't play. That's where I'm trying to land the plane there.
Yeah, and what you said is without question a fact. Look at look at what Texas has done with the linebackers that aren't Anthony Hill, right? Each week you look at the snap count on PFF. The top 3 people, if the team is healthy, it's Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, and Jelani McDonald. Almost every week it's like that. Colin Simmons is 4th or 5th. Ethan Burke will be in there too most of the time. But looking at the snap counts of Leonga Lafau, Ty Anthony Smith, Leonga has started every single game since the beginning of last year. I believe it's 21 games in a row, or was. Yeah, it was. He currently is 21 games in a row because for a round table, I included him last Sunday. But the last 3 weeks, Ty Anthony Smith has outsnapped him. You know, Leonga continuing to start, but Ty Anthony's outsnapped him. And I believe through 10 games, he's outsnapped him in 4 of the 10 games. So they want, you know, Ty Anthony to be brought along. You got to think about what it looks like next year when Anthony Hill isn't here. It's going to be a room of Leonga Lafau, Ty Anthony Smith, Bo Barnes, Brad Spence to some degree, Jonathan Cunningham to some degree, and then Tyler Atkinson and Kosiak Pala. They're going to have to portal for, you know, a linebacker. It's going to be a necessity. So the one good thing I am looking forward to, or one thing I am looking forward to if Anthony Hill doesn't suit up to play like we're not expecting him to, Bo Barnes. I hope we get to see him rotate in. I think it'd be awesome. I think Brad Spence will be the first guy off the bench. But I am very excited to see Bo Barnes. And especially, too, I mean, if Anthony Hill isn't going to play, you're playing a Braylon Russell, who, again, is like 6'1", 250 and is a load to bring down. You know, if you're a regular listener on the show, you'll know who I'm referencing. But, you know, one of the top linebackers in the SEC, a kid I covered, I have a close relationship with. And, you know, I've asked him who are the toughest guys to tackle in the SEC. And for 2 years in a row, he's told me it is or it was Rocket Sanders, who was at Arkansas, then finished up his career at South Carolina. I believe his real name's Raheem Sanders. But Braylon Russell was always second or third in the guys he mentioned. He's not easy to bring down. Leonga Lafau and Ty Anthony Smith are not, you know, traditional linebackers in the sense that they're 6'1" and are about 220, 230. So it is going to be a big deal that they limit him. It's also on Texas's D line to, you know, clog up the gaps and, you know, the running lanes and things like that. But, I mean, this is not a good game to be without Anthony Hill. You look at Texas's schedule. I don't know if there is ever a good game to be without Anthony Hill. But versus Arkansas, you know, with a physical running team, they have a quarterback that's humongous. Taylon Green, 6'5", 6'6", and athletic. Like, it is a big game for Ty Anthony and Leonga, and excited to see how they hold it down. You know, I think with what Ty Anthony is, and depending on how he ascends, I've always kind of viewed him as a 4-year player just because, I mean, the dude is 6 foot, 6'1" at best. And, I mean, I remember he showed up to the All-American Bowl the week before he enrolled at Texas. I mean, he drove from San Antonio to Texas to enroll at Texas after the week was over. We had him at 6 foot, half an inch, and 185 pounds. It was very concerning because he was a linebacker and still is one. And it's been a long-term process working with him and his body and putting weight on. And now I think he's listed at 220 or 225. I don't know if he is that, though. So, you know, I keep repeating myself, but big game for him and Leonga and kind of a sneak peek of what it'll look like next year with the linebacker core. And, of course, they're obviously going to add a portal guy, too. So, yeah. But I don't know. I'm excited to see him. Was curious what the line was. Looked it up. Vegas Insider kind of shows you what everyone has for the lines. Texas is either -9, -8.5, or -9.5. It's kind of interesting. Arkansas money line anywhere between 255 and 280. So I don't know. All right, yesterday's SEC coaches call. Steve Sarkisian came on, talked about it. It was very different from how Lane Kiffin handled it on the same call an hour before. Obviously, two different situations there. But anything you want to say from that call, or are we moving past it?
Jordan, check your text. They're a day late and $1 short. Nevertheless, in terms of what Steve Sarkisian said on the call, yeah, I mean, he had no other choice but to say that, because we're getting at the point where, and I mentioned this when I did my weekly spot on 1300 with, Mike Harge and Mark Henry, that this is the answer Steve Sarkisian probably should have given, in addition to what he said post Mississippi State, right, where he addressed the Diana Rossini report, but probably should have went a step further and be like, hey, I'm going to be here. Right now, he's kind of back into a corner and has to say that. Jordan made a great point in crosstalk. What else is he going to say? I don't think fans necessarily want to hear that. I've seen some Texas fans kind of rallying, like, of course our guy's here, right? Like, what's he going to say? I'm out. But I think this is the statement he had to make, because it's going to get in the air of recruits, right? Jordan, if for whatever reason he is coming, okay, let me frame that differently, because let me frame that differently. Steve Sarkisian is going to be here next year. He needs the recruits to be known to recruits. He is going to be here, right? So you can't have other teams using this against Texas in recruiting. Hey, you want to deal with that? That guy doesn't even know he's going to be here, right? So he has to come out with an emphatic statement publicly, right? With that being said, this is the point that I keep reiterating. And Jordan, I don't know how you feel about this. I didn't know that there's a huge market from the NFL for, a Steve Sarkisian who's 7-3 entering week 11, right? Like I didn't know that was the market, right? I think there are a ton of other, if the NFL wants to go to college, there are a ton of other coaches they could pursue outside of Steve Sarkisian. So I don't know the idea that there's this soft landing place where, okay, everything goes to crap here. All right, cool. Like he can just go make a jump and get an NFL job. I mean, listen, we're not saying that, or I'm not saying that occasion doesn't happen. Look at Cliff Kingsbury. That's got to be the biggest jump in the world, who gets fired from one job and ends up in Arizona.
Fired from his alma mater.
His alma mater. Yeah, thank you, Jordan, for emphasizing that. But that's a very specific scenario, right? They drafted a quarterback and said, hey, we're going to run this offense. Let's go get this guy. Nick Saban obviously had a tremendous record in college. So that's the different scenario where, okay, it didn't work out in the NFL. You go to college, and you've seen many coaches do that. But I don't know why it's just from looking at it from a 10,000 foot view. Why is the NFL in demand of the head coach, the number 17 team in the nation, who is 7-3, and the offense has been so at best?
Yeah. And the thing I'm curious about, kids are asking Steve Sarkisian, his staff, about it. How does he say that to them in a way that doesn't make him look bad? I've kind of thought about that. Like, is he going to be like when Bryson Martinez takes his official visit this weekend and he's sitting in Sark's office? It's like, so coach, tell me about this NFL stuff. Like, he can't be like, I'm 7-3. You think I'm getting hired?
Right.
He can't come across that way. So I don't know. And I mean, you make a good point. Like, hey, who are the jobs that are going to open in the league? Giants are already open. Titans are open. Miami Dolphins will open.
And that one's iffy. That was because didn't Stephen Ross just say that? Was he speaking about Tua or Mike McDaniel? I don't know if you caught that, Jordan. I'm genuinely asking. If you
No, I did not catch that.
Okay,
but
my bad. Go ahead.
I just know there's a possibility there. The seat is warm for McDaniel.
Right.
And then I've talked about a few times this season. Several NFL agents I've spoken to think Pete Carroll might go one and done in Vegas. Just, they need a full-on rebuild. Does not seem to be super bought into a full-on rebuild, and I'll leave it at that. And I mean, one thing that's got me thinking about this, Cliff Kingsbury could have left last year. He should have left last year from the Commanders. I mean, aren't they like 2-7 right now, or 2-8?
Yeah.
Damn. Maybe someone will hire him after. I don't know. Doubt it. But yeah, it is a very strange predicament. And I mean, it is a very strange situation. I don't know if I've ever had a weirder work week in this job covering Texas, the 2 years I've done it, than since Monday morning when, CB commented, have y'all seen the Desmond Howard video? And I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And I get off after, and I'm like, oh, God. Like, it has been a weird week. Excited to get towards game day on Saturday and, get things away. Now, someone asked, is, Joe Blow, Desmond Howard going to say anything on game day? I struggle to believe he will. I bet they glance right past it. Because, I mean, Texas Arkansas is in one of those games that's big enough to where they're going to put an earpiece in Sark's ear and talk to him before the game. And even if they wanted to, he's going to tell them to go, put it where the sun don't shine. So, I don't know. And one thing I've thought about is like, hey, they can lose to Arkansas, and I do think they're losing to A&M. So that's 8-4, maybe 7-5. If he is either 8-4 or 7-5, and Texas misses the playoffs with Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and maybe even North Texas in there, it's getting warm. And it's going into the final year of the Arch era. He's still expected to come back next year, right? Hold on. Sorry. But going into the final year of the Arch era, I do see a scenario where Texas boosters, the powers that be, try to buy a roster, buy some players in the portal to where if he's not in the Final Four in the Natty in the final year of the Arch era, like, hey, there are some questions. Sorry.
You're muted, Jordan.
Can y'all hear me still?
Got you now.
Sorry. That was weird. I thought I lost power or something. I mean, this thing just...
something happened because your signal kind of went choppy.
Yeah. Yeah, I must have lost power. But I mean, what I was saying, I do see something where they try to put together a team that's so good on paper where if he doesn't make the Final Four or the Natty, there's serious conversations about, him coming back in 27 in a post-Arch era and what that looks like and everything. Because, I mean, look at the schedule, LSU, Bama, Ole Miss, Mizzou, Tennessee, Ohio State, OU, Aggies. And next year it's Michigan, not Ohio State, correct? Or did I mess that up?
It is Ohio State next year. Ohio State comes to Austin, Texas.
Okay. Sorry, I messed that up. Yeah, it's storming pretty bad here in Fort Worth, CB. Sorry, can you just talk for a few minutes? Let me.
Bro, I got you. Yeah, I'm going to pick up what first I go Antoine. Okay, I don't have control to throw up comments, but Antoine, you talk about Sark 6 games over 500 at UW, USC, right? We know what happened, Texas. Yeah, that's kind of the thing where I keep coming back to. I understand Steve Sarkisian obviously has a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but he has a fair amount of goodwill because he's coached in the NFL. And you talk about the coaches he's coached under, right? Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, these are all people who at least can have a measure of goodwill in the NFL, but that doesn't mean he's walking to a job. And I'll just kind of piggyback off what Jordan said. Naaman Roberts, I'm 1,000% with you, right? This schedule does not get any easier. I've never been able to believe, oh yeah, the SEC did Texas a favor with the schedule. Not like you play who's on your schedule. However, two things can be true. The schedule was on the weaker side last year and this year, and it gets stronger going into 2026 and 2027. Jordan, okay, Jordan's going to fall for a second, so I'll keep going there. So yeah, that's my thought. I know we're at what, 10:37 here. I'm going to follow at 10:55 to get to the Steve Sarkisian press conference. When Jordan comes back, I'll see what direction he wants to go. But one thing I want to talk about is the underachieving thing, just kind of sticking with the theme that we talked about. I haven't had a good sense of I had a good feel for how it's been here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I wrote a piece up at horns247.com stating that, yes, 2025 has been an underachieving year. And that's not my words. That's just going by the standard that the University of Texas and Steve Sarkisian laid out entering the year. Of course, Steve Sarkisian was asked by Kirk Bowles, hey, why do you think you guys are underachieving? Steve said, underachieving according to whom? Kirk said, well, you guys are ranked number 1 in the country to open the year. And Steve pushed back and said, hey, you got to talk to people who ranked us number 1. I get that, right? Hear me out. Two things can be true. One, it can be a successful season. As Jordan's coming back, so I'll quickly finish his thought, let him jump back in. Two things can be true. One, if for whatever reason Texas is able to win their final 2 games, they would be in line for a double-digit win year for the 3rd straight year. That hasn't happened since 2007 to 2009, and they'll have beaten 3 top 10 teams. And Steve Sarkisian said at SEC Media Days, championship roster, finish the job, compete for a title. As currently constituted, entering week 11, Texas will not play for an SEC title and is on the outside looking in of the college football playoff race. That means the year to date has been a disappointment, no matter what way Steve Sarkisian and Texas want to frame it. That's not my words. That's using their own standards. So I'll just come to that as Jordy Scruggs is back in the building.
Yeah, I mean, they're underachieving. It's a disappointment no matter what. I know preseason rankings, Antoine's very against them. A lot of people are too. But they were number 1 in the coaches poll in the AP too. Now, is that accurate? Is that fair? I don't know. But regardless if it is or isn't, they are a top 10, top 12 most talented team in the country. And if you don't think they are, who is that on? It's on Steve Sarkisian. He's the CEO. He's who evaluates this roster. He's who gives final approval on offers going out, on how much players are going to make on the team, how much money they're going to offer to transfers, how much money they're going to offer to other players. I've seen Firebrand and Harris comments in here. I understand where that's coming from, the perception of that, considering he does have the GM title. But Steve Sarkisian is the GM, head coach, CEO, whatever you want to call it. It's his program. This is not a setup like Oklahoma with Jim Nagy or a setup like Stanford with Andrew Luck. This is the same old setup it's been pre-GM world. Someone just has the GM title now, and it's no longer the director of recruiting or whatever Brandon Harris previously held. Now, he does have GM responsibilities. He does do these things, but who does he meet with to get final approval for these things? It's Steve Sarkisian. For the insider, Chip Brown had, 5 questions Steve Sarkisian, has to ask himself or whatever to assess this roster, this program going forward. One of the questions I sent him, because, he reached out to me, what are some ones you do if you're writing this?
Same here.
And one of the questions, I believe, actually the first thing I said was if the CEO approach is the right deal. Because not only is he the CEO, the GM, and the head coach, he's also the offensive coordinator. People think he's getting pulled 2 ways. He's getting pulled 3 ways, being the GM and having to manage all that. Is this the right approach? Kirby Smart, similar approach, but it's not the same. He has a director of scouting, a general manager, a director of player personnel that he lets take shots, that he lets send out early offers, that he lets offer to kids in the Athens area, regardless if they might or might not be a take, because if that player blossoms into a difference maker, you don't want to be in a situation where Texas is, where they're getting beat to offering 28 linebackers down the street that are getting offers from Ohio State and put on visits to Alabama and about to get an offer from Alabama. That doesn't happen at Georgia. It doesn't. And, I know I keep bringing this up and banging this drum for him. Carter Buck at Lake Travis, my neck of the woods. We just put this kid in the top 247. Honestly, probably should have been there earlier, but he's now there and he deserves it. I mean, he has, I believe, over 10 sacks on the year. He's been on varsity since his sophomore year, and he's the highest ranked prospect LTS produced in 4 years and the best D-line edge prospect they produced in school history. And he's going to TCU. It's a great get for them. This is a kid who grew up rooting for Texas. This is a kid who could have had an offer early on, and instead of still having to go look for another edge to add with Richard Wesley, he could be in the class and there'd be a lot of value there because you could probably get a hometown discount and not actually have to pay him what his market value is. Those things do not happen at Georgia. They don't. And I'm not saying you have to copy the exact blueprint Georgia does, but whenever they beat your ass 3 times and only one of those games is really competitive towards the end, it's probably worth looking at what they're doing and trying to adapt to some of that. All Nick Saban did was adapt during his tenure. Maybe not towards the end with NIL, and that's why I retired or not, but you have to adapt. And a way to adapt, too, in this day and age, SEC programs, other programs, I brought this up. Very few kids take real unofficial visits anymore. If you're a top target of a school that competes with Texas in recruiting, those kids have drivers pick them up from their house to take them to games or to the airport, and then drivers from the airport to take them to the stadium, and then their hotel is paid for after too. I know I'm basically suggesting Texas needs to break NCAA rules, but the rest of the country is, and you have to adapt, or you're going to continue having your top 2 safety targets like Eli Johnson and Jaquan Snell commit to A&M and Ohio State. And it's who's next? I don't know. The recruiting operation is flawed. The whole operation of him being the CEO, I think, is flawed. There has to be someone more in charge of that he gives more say. He gives the power, puts the power in their hands to go about it the right way. I don't know what you have to say to that, but that was the main question I had. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, what I would assess in the program going forward. So
yeah, Jordan, I think you make an interesting point there. I guess the natural reporter thing is to follow up and kind of inquire as to why that's the case. I know you don't have an answer for that, so I'm going to kind of spitball and I'll let you kind of take in whatever direction you want, right? I do wonder, and I know this is sensitive territory to get into, but let's call a spade. Let's have the conversation. I do wonder, based on the way Steve Sarkisian's career has played out, we all know the way things ended at USC, if Steve Sarkisian is of the mindset, hey, I'm the man in the mirror. If this thing goes well or if it fails, you point the finger at me, you look at me, and I'm going to be the one to take control of all the responsibilities. I do wonder that this is not just, excuse me, this is not just, speculation without some sort of background. I'll give you the background here, right? Steve Sarkisian said, and I quote, "I was hired because I am an excellent offensive play caller. That's why I got the job," right? That sounds like a man who says, if this thing goes right or goes wrong, I want to go down with the ship. You point the finger at me. So, Jordan, I'll bring it back to you there. This is speculation. It's a question. There's a question that I want to ask Steve Sarkisian. It's in the same ballpark, but the question I want to ask, and I don't think it's a question for today. I don't think it's a question for the season. I think it's, maybe that first availability we get Steve after the season, or maybe it's a bowl availability. The question I want to ask him is this. You said, we believe we have a championship roster. That's what you said at SEC Media Days. If you did have a championship roster, why, from your vantage point as a coach, did it not result in a championship? SEC championship or national championship, however you want to define championship. I'm not going to define it for him. Or if you did not have a championship roster, what was the reason for that? And that probably blends back into Jordan's point, which would be maybe some of that is some of the responsibility or all of the responsibilities that Steve Sarkisian has. Maybe some of those things conflict. But that's, to me, that's the question I would like to ask Steve Sarkisian at some point in time. Again, we'll see the way things shake out. I don't think it's today. Steve's going to be freaking pissed. I think he's going to be done with media. So we went 9 minutes we went 9 minutes post game in Georgia. I'd be willing to bet this could be shorter than that today. But I'm going to get that question to him, and we'll bring it back here at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great question. And I'm curious how he handles it, because the answer is it is on him. He's pretty good at taking accountability, or at least has been throughout his Texas tenure. He has to take accountability for that. There's no finger pointing for that because it's on him. And so Seth brings up a point here.
Yeah.
Jordan, I hear what you're saying. I agree. You have to adapt. But Sark's recruiting classes lately have been top 5, not top 3. And I get that too. But they can be better than that. And everyone says, oh, they're the number 1 class. That's the lowest rated number 1 class in over 15 recruiting cycles. And that's because talent spread out more than ever.
It's super interesting, Jordan.
That number 1 class in 2017 would be like number 4, by the way. Just letting y'all know. The number 1 Nick Saban class is a lot different than number 1 Steve Sarkisian class, just because NIL rev share has spread out the talent more than ever. The more important thing is to look at average rating of the prospects in each class. But this is a good point. They've been top 5 and not top 3. But the 2022 class, that was a top 5 class. Go and look at that class. Very hit or miss. You have Kelvin Banks's, Cam Williams' NFL guys, and then you have Travell Johnson's, Derek Brown's that aren't even playing football anymore. Like, they literally are not on a football roster. They're not playing football. And there's basically nothing in between the NFL draft picks and the guys who busted or are playing FCS or G5 or aren't playing. Like, the only thing in between is Jalen Gilbo, who's been a 4-year contributor but is not going to play in the NFL. And if he does, he's on a practice squad. That is the problem. And then you look at the 2023 class, the misses there. Like, Tassili Akana, there's no reason to do that. Yes, our ranking was inflated on him. He should not have been ranked that high, and looking back at that, and it's a lot easier to say that looking back than it was in the moment. But, like, I know his agent. Tassili got, if I'm not mistaken, 250 or 300 year 1. And that might be chump change nowadays. But back in 2023, that was a shit ton to pay a freshman. That was a lot. He did not contribute for 2 years, did not do anything for 2 years. That is what I'm talking about with the operation being what it was. And Texas wanted him as an edge. He came as an edge, was too light in the ass, couldn't put on weight. They moved him to linebacker, couldn't learn linebacker, and they kept him around for another year regardless. For 2 years. That's what I'm saying about the operation being flawed. Freddie DeBose, they considered dropping him towards the end right before signing day. They didn't. Guess what? He spent a year at Texas, didn't play a snap. Does anyone want to guess where Freddie DeBose is currently playing football? Do you know?
Isn't it nowhere?
He's at Snow College.
Oh, shit.
He has less than 200 yards on the year at Snow College, a JUCO in Utah. And Texas decided to still take him. And, he would have been a great prospect and I think would be contributing somewhere right now. But he blew out his knee either at the end of his sophomore or beginning of his junior year and never really was the same athlete because he came back too early and was not 100% when he was running track. And, there's long-term issues there with that injury. That's why he ended up at JUCO. But the evaluation process and some of these takes it's flawed. Even look at Ricky Stewart. I know that was such a sharp choice take, but it's not like he didn't have to get approval from Sark on that. Ricky Stewart is top 20 in Texas high school football history and career carries. So was Jonathan Gray. You get the point I'm making, and Ricky Stewart doesn't even suit up. He's not even on the team anymore as a freshman. They cannot have as many whiffs as they're having, especially in today's era, where the finances and the budget is arguably the most important part of roster construction. So that's what I'm saying about the evaluation problem and, it being better and a more organized approach. And just being smart with where you're going to take your budget shots. And by budget shots, I mean your 3 stars. I think Miami Riley is a really good budget take. I think Jet Walker, Caden Schroer, if you can get them on a good price, would be really good budget takes. But at the same time, Jet Walker and Caden Schroer could have been committed by March if you offered them in January when he went by the school. They're really, to be honest with you, I haven't seen a ton from him as a senior that, makes you pull the trigger differently from when you could have done it in January or February. So I just mean by their evaluation process, the process of them going about building the board, deciding the board, and deciding which players to take, it can be a lot more streamlined. And on top of that, Texas is behind every year with the junior class, but it is different this time around because kids are getting paid monthly to stay committed or to commit, and they owe that money back if they flip. There's a reason Jamion Winfield, the USC commit, has not taken a visit anywhere outside of USC since he committed USC in March. One of Texas's top D-line targets. And everyone at Texas and all the Texas fans USC never keeps their commits. There's no way in hell, that kid's signing with USC. No, it's different. It's different. So the operation has to change. Something has to change. And I brought up after the Florida loss, hey, I don't think this happens, and there is change or the need to change unless Texas misses the playoffs and Tech, A&M, and OU are in it. But, hey, that's what's about to happen. So hopefully there is some change there. Hopefully the powers that be at Texas look around and go, how the hell is Texas Tech in the playoffs, A&M, and OU, and we're not after we had a head start on all these guys, had the most players drafted out of anyone in the last 2 years, signed top 5 classes all these years in a row, and we're preseason number 1. And how are we outside the playoffs and all these people are that all have a different approach than us? What is going wrong? And that is where they will find the answers. So that's what I'd say. And Nathan, exactly. Jam Vincent, Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon liked him. New staff comes in, hasn't been there. They've kind of circled back late. And then Jordan Clay. To be honest, what I was told from Jordan Clay, with the source very close to the recruitment on the Texas side, that was a player Steve Sarkisian liked a lot, and the assistant coaches did not really want to recruit him. And eventually they both went their separate ways. So there's some of that. Steve Sarkisian wants them to recruit some guys the assistant coaches don't want, and that goes on at every college. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things that can be more efficient with the recruiting operation, the scouting operation, and I don't really know where to start. That's why I'm kind of bouncing all over the place with my responses. But
Jordan, can I ask you one quick question before I run to hop on Steve's Zoom?
Mm-hmm.
This may have basically been covered in what you just said. You did a great job covering a lot of different bases. But again, this is just, one of the good things about Wednesday and Thursday. You get recruiting brain, you get reporter brain. Steve talked about Trey Owens, right? After, I want to say it was his first spring game. Remember, it was the 2023 spring game. That's the last one they had. And he said, well, we trust our evaluation. We don't care about stars or whatnot, right? Because, he was kind of asked a question that allowed him to prop up how great Trey Owens looked and they trust their evaluation. They don't care about stars. I guess what I'm asking you is, when you hear that comment, does that same thing kind of apply not just to quarterback? Because he was answering about quarterback specifically, right? But does that same thought process, that logic from what you know, apply to basically every position across the board at Texas?
Where they're not looking at stars or doing
where essentially they've got their own recruiting, whatever, right? And maybe that has resulted in some of the said misses or bad takes that you've laid out.
Yeah, I mean, look, like it's not like Sark is building his board off what we rank kids.
Of course.
Any college that does that is gonna get screwed.
Right.
So, you know, it's also coach speak. Like he says that in Trey Owens recruited over in a spot took by a player a year ago.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, I don't really know what to say in response, but
no, that's fair. That's fair.
You know, yeah. So I don't know. It is something that's interesting. Hey, can we do something real quick?
Yeah, we got
off to Sark. So saw some discourse on Twitter, people talking about the open SEC jobs. Some people started ranking them. Let's rank these SEC jobs by tiers, if we can, real quick.
Yeah, I'm just gonna log into the Steve Zoom, so give me 30 seconds.
You're good. We can do as many tiers as we want. I'm gonna kind of do it by my design, to be honest, and then I'll hear what you have to say. And this is based off current job. Like if all these jobs are open, how I would rank them if I was a coach that was getting interviewed by all these. This is how I would rank them. So I'm doing Texas, Georgia, Bama in that order in tier 1. You know, and I'm going to put LSU in here. Screw it. And I will do tier 2 LSU. Okay, tier 2 LSU. A&M's in there too. You can honestly put A&M, I think, in tier 1. They have a lot of money, and you're in the same recruiting footprint as Texas, essentially. And it's easier to recruit East Texas kids or kids from small towns because the College Station vibe is a lot more similar to that than what Austin is, and that still matters a lot in today's day and age. I think I'm putting Oklahoma tier 3. A lot of that has to do with money, but I mean that can change depending how they finish. OU can end up having a really good 2027 class. So, yeah. All right. Do you disagree with anything so far?
Yeah, let me jump in here. I saw CB's comment about TSU on the Sark Zoom. Yeah, they make this thing so encrypted. You see, it takes 10 minutes just to log in. CB. Hopefully, I'm muted because then otherwise I'll be pulling in an old man thing. Let me check that here real quick before I answer. I am in fact muted. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Tier 1, Texas, Georgia, Alabama. Yes. Tier 2, LSU, Texas A&M. Yes. I toy around with the idea of Florida being a tier 2 job when they're ready to financially fully invest, but I can't say that they're there right now.
They have been. I mean,
okay.
He was
no. Good point. Good point. With Napier, no. Good point. With Napier, they did. That's a good point. So I guess here's what I'm saying. I think Florida is a tier 2 job with whatever money they're willing to invest. Lane, if that truly is the case, I think that'd be a tier 2 job. But the other two, I agree.
can get behind that.
Yeah, I would agree there.
After this group is kind of hard. Tennessee.
Tennessee. Would you go tier 3 or tier 4?
I go tier 4 and put them with South Carolina because like South Carolina arguably is a better talent advantage in like a 5-hour radius because the state of Tennessee is just really weak in producing SEC level football players compared to the rest of like the SEC state.
Good point. Very, very good point. Yes.
And like, I mean, shit, Vanderbilt's coming around too, and they got money. You got to compete with them now. So, yeah, probably put Mizzou, Ole Miss in tier 5. I think that's fair.
I would. Again, what Lane Kiffin has done at Ole Miss is nothing short of remarkable because we all know the reasons that, and there are plenty of them. That's not it's a job that, you know, you can luck up ever so often and get, you know, 8-9 wins, maybe a 10-win year, but it ain't consistent.
Yeah. I'm putting Vandy in tier 6 above these.
Agreed.
Tier 7.
Agreed.
All right, so we have 7 tiers. We're gonna see how much y'all agree with this. And I did slot these teams in order, by the way. And this is again based on if I was a coach and all 16 SEC teams are open and want to interview me, this is how I'd rank the jobs I wanted. And this is based on recruiting, who's in a 5-hour radius, money you have, obviously tradition. Doesn't really have anything to do with the current players on the team. In fact, there's nothing to do with that. So for tier 1, Texas, Georgia, Alabama.
Oh God! All right, Jordan, I got it. We're already off the rails. I'll catch you next week, man. I just got a text. I got to run, Jordan.
All right, I'll see it. All right, so I think Texas, the talent advantage they have in their home state and the surrounding areas, on par with Georgia. Obviously, Georgia and that state in the Southeast is better at producing, like, you know, the war daddy interior D lineman than the state of Texas is, but you get the point. Money's important. Alabama's 3. Like, you're in the Southeast, still close to Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, and Louisiana. It's a big enough brand. You can recruit nationally. I mean, last year, it's because DeBoer and his staff are from the West Coast and recruited a lot of those kids at Washington. But, like, in 2025, Alabama signed like 10 kids from California. You can still do that. Tier 2 is LSU. I almost want to put them in tier 1 just because you don't have to compete with anyone really for your in-state talent since Nick Saban's gone. But like there is so much value in recruiting in-state for LSU. You can get so many kids to commit by February because you just do what LSU's done for, you know, the dawn of time. Hey, buddy, we know you want to go to LSU, but we like this kid a lot. We're going to take his commitment unless you commit right now. And 90% of the time it's BS, but the kid doesn't know that. He commits, and you get a kid for way under market value because he has no leverage in the situation. You get him to commit before he has an NIL deal in place. So that's where I'd go with LSU. A&M, I don't know, man. The tradition part, that kind of throws a wrench in it because up until this year, I mean, y'all know what the deal is with A&M. But they do have a lot of money, very close to Houston, closer to the state of Louisiana than Texas is, and you're still in Texas. So, yeah, Florida, I mean, think about how close and how good this roster was with Billy Napier in Florida. It's just they had the wrong guy on the clipboard. Like, if they get Lane Kiffin, Florida could be a bit of a clown show, but I think they could be back. Tier 3, Oklahoma, Auburn. I mean, Oklahoma, regardless of what you want to say, I don't know how many more teams have had more 10-win seasons than them in the last 2 decades. The state of Oklahoma, too, like, yeah, Oklahoma State's there. You don't really have to compete that much for the in-state talent. You can recruit DFW. They have good success in Houston. And, you know, they've won enough to where it's kind of a national brand still, you know. They have an identity in that state and what that logo is, what it means to people. The only reason they're not higher on this list is because they lack the funds compared to other ones. Oh, my God. Yeah, Eric said the reason he was laughing. Apparently someone logged in. Y'all are going to find this hilarious. Apparently someone logged in to the Texas Zoom appearance with Joe Blow as their nickname or like their name on there. Like what says Jordan Scruggs for me, it said Joe Blow. God, that's pretty funny. Imagine Desmond Howard pops in there and they somehow let him in there. But anyways, tier 3, Auburn. They have a lot of money. They have a good recruiting footprint. They're in Alabama. Auburn, you know, Alabama's the dominant logo in the state, but you can still recruit well. I mean, look at what Hugh Freeze has done. That whole roster's there because they paid the most. None of them are there to play for Hugh Freeze. And it is a dumpster fire because they hired Hugh Freeze. They make a good hire here, they can like really turn things around. I do believe that. But with what everyone – okay, apparently it wasn't – I asked who the Joe Blow was, and Eric said it wasn't one of the regulars. Someone must have gotten in because they restarted the Zoom. Yeah, that thing's like Fort Knox. I wonder if that person tries to go as Desmond Howard again. That'd be as his name. That'd be funny. But with what people say about Texas, with too many like cooks being in the kitchen, too many hands in the pot, boosters, people influencing, having too much influence on stuff, that is what Auburn actually is. Tier 4 is Tennessee. They'd be higher, but the state isn't great. And they have money. They can throw some money around and get some recruits, some top-ranked players. But, like, I mean, I don't know. The recruiting part and also Vanderbilt coming into its own is a little different, makes it a little different. South Carolina still has a lot of potential. You don't have as much money as Georgia, who you compete with a lot in recruiting, and the other schools in the SEC. But you're the only SEC school in the Carolinas. You can recruit Georgia. You can recruit up into the DMV. So, yeah. Tier 5, Mizzou and Ole Miss. Pretty self-explanatory. Mizzou, I mean, the St. Louis area is actually a sneaky good recruiting hotbed. And then Ole Miss, that one is just hard because, you know, in the state of Mississippi, you're damn near in Alabama or LSU, and Alabama and LSU are both bigger brands than Ole Miss. And, you know, up until Lane Kiffin came about, really got things jumping, Ole Miss was not spending the money that Alabama and LSU and even Auburn were. So I'm curious to how that's going to work if when Lane Kiffin leaves. And then Tier 6 is Vanderbilt. I don't really have an explanation here besides, like, I don't view them as I view the bottom 3 teams in Tier 7. Tier 7 is Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Kentucky. So, yeah, this is how I would rank it. I don't know. Saw people doing it on Twitter and wanted to take my shot at it. Sorry, bell's going out over the broadcast. Yeah, whenever the power went out or whatever, it wouldn't, like, my microphone won't show up and let me connect to it. So I'm going off the MacBook microphone. All right, we're going to see if we have any recruiting questions I can hit on before we get out of here. Coach Top, you are not wrong on this. On to Shark Choice. Naaman Roberts. Okay, so this is something I wanted to bring up with Eric too. I think he had a really good question for, you know, you said it was a championship roster. Sarkisian at the beginning of the year did. Why has it failed to reach a championship, or why is it going to fail to reach a championship? Another question I'd have is, hey, this is the first season you have not had a single player on the team that either played for Tom Herman or signed to play for Tom Herman as part of that 2021 class, because December signing day was mid-December that year. Tom Herman was fired early January. JT Sanders, Gunnar Helm, and them had signed and were ready to play for Tom Herman for like 3 weeks before he got fired. So they count. This is the first year without any players from the Herman era. How is the Texas team in the position it's in record-wise, CFP-wise, projection-wise? How did it end up here? What was different between this year and the last few years? And how much of an influence is that from no longer having Herman's players? Like, obviously, you'd have to reword that a better way, but y'all get what I'm getting at with that. And I'd be very curious what Steve Sarkisian would say. So, yeah. Let's see. Naaman Roberts and Trey Owens probably was the best QB on the roster. He was the greater area Houston player of the year. I don't know what you're talking about. I like Trey Owens. Hope the best for him, wish the best for him, and really enjoyed covering him during his recruitment. Wonderful kid, wonderful family, but he's not the best quarterback on the roster. I assume there's a typo or a word missing here, or you mean something else. Jose asked Jordan, is it true that colleges are loading up on heavy NIL players like Texas Tech is doing due to the rules changing soon and won't be allowed anymore? Is A&M and Tech recruiting style at risk? Okay, so this is how Texas Tech got their roster that they currently have. They realized in January or in December, I don't know, they didn't make the playoffs last year, so they probably had some extra time around the holidays to think about a strategy. And, like, I'm not trying to make fun of them for that. Like, the strategy clearly worked. They're in the fucking playoffs and are going to win the Big 12. But the strategy was, hey, rev share, the house settlement, that's coming into effect this summer. Technically, you know, last summer of 2025. I believe it went into effect in late June or early July. In that house settlement, the CSC, College Sports Commission, basically the clearinghouse for approving or denying name, image, and likeness deals. Those are marketing deals, not rev share. Rev share is what the schools now, out of their athletic programs, pay directly to the players. They have $20.5 million to use to spend on athletes, since football, is what generates a lot of the money for schools and universities. Football gets 15 to 15.5 million at most programs, but it's up to the AD and the athletic department to decide which programs get what. Men's basketball will usually get between like 3 and 4 million, unless it's a Duke. I'm sure they're at 8 or something like that. But everyone else after men's basketball and football has like usually 3 million about to play with, something like that, because men's basketball and football is what makes the money. But Tech got the roster they have because they realized, hey, after the end of June, we can't just have these, quote, NIL deals that are basically, pay for play. That's what it was. That's what it's always been. Where, Texas's version of this was, and this is just an example, Jose Rodriguez, you're a 5-star, and this is about the way Texas used to do it, pre-house settlement, rev share. Jose, you're a 5-star. We're going to pay you $1.2 million a year. So you get $100K a month on our deal. We got monthly deals. For you to get this money, what you have to do is show up to these volunteer opportunities with the other Texas players and go volunteer and work and help at a hospital for a day. And then you post on Twitter, had a great time at St. Jude's Hospital working with these kids battling cancer or whatever. Like, that is why Anthony Hill, and literally name any player at Texas that makes money for the last few years, has posted random ass photos or videos of hospitals or schools helping with kids. It's because, Texas, they have to do something to earn that money, technically. So Texas decided, hey, we're going to send them to do some charitable work. And it's not bad at all. A lot different than what other schools did, where they did something else instead of charity or whatnot that, wouldn't be as heartwarming, I guess. But those are the old rules, right? Things changed. Now, if you want NIL money that isn't rev share money, that deal has to get approved through the clearinghouse. A lot of people saw that coming. What Texas Tech realized is, hey, with the way this thing is set up, if we get a player out of the portal in January and he has 1 year left of eligibility, or he's only playing here to be 1 year before the NFL, we can tell him we'll pay him $3 million, and we'll pay him $2.5 million between when he gets here in January and before when, the clearinghouse, house settlement, rev share goes into effect at the end of June, and you front load the contract. So $2.5 million of the $3 million is given to him in the first 6 months he's there instead of across 12 months, because after June and July, everything you pay him, if you're doing it legally, has to go through the clearinghouse or through rev share payments. So that's how they got their roster, because they knew, if you're going to have a roster north of what you get in the rev share plus what's legal through NIL, you're going to have to pull some shit and front load the money and get those players paid before. And I'm sure they have it in a contract where if, they got front loaded 90% of their deal and wanted to finesse Texas Tech and sit out that year and wait for the draft, they would have to pay the money back. I heavily assume that was in a contract. So that is how Texas Tech got their current roster, at least for players out of the portal. They front loaded all those deals. I know A&M did that sometimes. I know several other schools did it. To my knowledge, Texas did not front load any deals. And if they did, I've not heard about it again. To my knowledge, they did not do that. So that is my answer to this question. When you ask, is it true colleges are loading up on heavy NIL players like Tech is doing due to the rules changing soon and won't be allowed anymore? The rules changed in June, July. That's why they front loaded and signed the portal class they did. And I mean, Cody Campbell, if you listen to the interviews he's done, or McGuire's done, or James Blanchard, the GM, has done, they all say, hey, we realize this is the last offseason we have where we won't have to get stuff through the clearinghouse and get it approved or with house settlement. So we're going to front load all these deals, and we're going to, kind of not like shoot up for a last ride, but load up where this is the year. So, yeah. And as far as how teams are kind of trying to be smart financially, I've talked about this before. Right now, the main loophole I've heard, because you can get paid, directly from a rev share. Texas can pay you however much they want, whether below or above market value in rev share. That doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go through a clearinghouse. Texas decides the price. It's up to the player and his agent to agree to it or negotiate it. But the actual NIL deals have to be legit marketing deals, and they have to be submitted to the clearinghouse and deemed fair market value. Now, what deems something fair market value? It's up to the College Sports Commission the clearinghouse, and they have not revealed that information. It's not public what decides something that, is or isn't market value. So all these top programs, they've had rosters north of 20 million for a long time. Rev share, you only get about 15. Legal NIL deals, most schools are only able to get between 5 to 10 million in regularly. So how does Texas handle going from having a $30 to $40 million roster to it being legally capped at 20, 25, something like that? Well, I don't know how Texas is handling it, but I can tell you what other schools are doing is you get a booster to create a business or have a business, and you hire a player as an employee, and you pay them however much you want to pay them, $500K a year. It doesn't matter. There's no proving if it's market value or not. It doesn't have to go through the clearinghouse because it's not a marketing deal or sponsorship. It is employment. There's nothing in NCAA rules anymore regarding a player can't go get a job. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even have to do anything. He could, I could be a booster. I create a business because I have FU money, and my business is called, Jordan Scruggs Desk Making. And I want to go hire Malik Muhammad to be an employee of mine, and I can pay him $500K a year, and he never has to make a desk or nothing. And nothing will ever happen to that because the NCAA won't find out about that. You don't have to prove it through clearinghouse anymore. And even if they did, I don't know what power the NCAA would have to rule that player ineligible or to penalize you. And you'd have to be really stupid for them to find that out. So that's the loophole that a lot of schools are doing right now. I've heard about it in the SEC and in several other power conferences. At the end of the day, when you try to limit what these rosters can have in total in terms of money after they just had 30 to 40, and you're trying to get that down to 20 and 25, that means all these, teams have to tell these players, we can't pay you as much. What happens when you say you can't pay you as much? That kid calls his agent and says, hey, Texas just told me this. Do you think I can get more? Hell yeah, I can get you more. This school in the SEC needs that player at that position really bad. They'll offer something, more than what Texas had. Whether that's a fully legal number through rev share and legal NIL, or a number that's 60% rev share and 40% kind of that dirty employment job or whatnot, it doesn't matter. Schools are figuring it out. At the end of the day, what has always gone on, schools, teams, boosters, coaches will do whatever it takes to get top players, whether it's legal or not. That has always gone on. It will always go on, and it will never change. So that is kind of, I gave the example how Tech got the roster by front loading. But now to continue that, circumventing what you can do above the cap with legal NIL and past legal NIL, the answer is doing the employment loophole. Or, just straight under the table cash and money. That's never gone away. It's came back a lot more since the clearinghouse commission became a thing. Crypto bags have been a thing since crypto really became a thing about 10, 15 years ago. I've heard those are back as well. Like, money is flowing legally and illegally. And I don't know if there's ever been a better time in the entire history of the world to be a sports agent, a marketing agent, than there is now in the last 5 years. So, yeah. Let's see. Woodcrest said Auburn can get into Georgia, Florida, DMV, and Alabama. The only reason they're in the DMV is because DJ Durkin's from up there, and they have like 2 other assistants that are from DMV. That's how they have all those DMV kids. But if they clean house and bring in a whole new staff, it's not like they'll just magically be able to go into the DMV, unless they're recruiting high schools that the players on the current roster went to, and those players actually stay at Auburn. And even then, like, some people think too, how do I describe this in a way that makes sense? So, all right, so here's an example, and this isn't a very good one, but Colin Simmons, right, went to Duncanville. Same with Alex January, went to Duncanville. They're in the same class together. Duncanville has an edge rusher. They actually have 2, named Landon Barnes and KJ Ford. In 2026, Barnes is going Ole Miss. KJ Ford currently committed to Florida, but is very likely to flip to either A&M, USC, or Tech. Texas never really put much effort into recruiting those guys, never got a good answer for why. But regardless, like, when Texas offered those kids, everyone got excited. All the Texas fans like, oh, he went, same school as Colin Simmons and Alex January, and he even played with those guys when they were seniors and he was a sophomore. we're going to get this guy. He's going to be a Longhorn. Kids these days do not give a flying fuck about if a player on their team is at a school that's recruiting him. At the end of the day, money, playing time, ability to win a championship, relationships with coaches. And sometimes, too, there are examples where a player wants to get away from his former teammate because he's felt like he's been overshadowed. I'm not saying that has anything to do with the Duncanville kids, but that has existed. I've come across that before. So, that being said, I don't think Auburn is going to be able to continue to have any power in the DMV in the way they got those kids too. Like a lot of the other kids under Hugh Freeze, is they paid the most. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's what happened. So, let's see. Antoine said, "Why not offer Carter Buck?" Dude, I've been asking that question for 2 years. Who am I picking to win 6A? South Lake Carroll should win 6A and 682. 681, I really thought North Crowley was for sure going to state. I still think they can, but I'm not as confident about that as I was at different times. It'll be them or Duncanville coming out of the left side of the D1 bracket. And in the other side, I think it's going to be Lake Travis, North Shore, Summer Creek, one of those three. Because I think Ridge Point's in the D1 bracket. They just played North Shore this week, and we'll see about that. North Shore's taken a step back since Coach K left. They haven't really been the same, and I've also heard that the current head coach might be in his last year there, but we will see. This is going to be a crazy offseason for Texas high school football. Lancaster's open. The person taking that job, that's been a done deal for over a month. Every year there's whispers Duncanville's going to open and Sampson's going to retire. And every year we think it's going to happen. It seems more real than ever at this point. Going to be a very, fun Texas high school football offseason. On top of this, we get realignment, new districts, new order of classifications in February. So, yeah. Nathan said, Jordan, Ole Miss reporter saying if Lane takes LSU, he's bringing glass clock. Austin Thomas should be a target for Texas. I think that makes too much sense for Texas to do that realistically, because they haven't made many hires like that in the past. And, hey, this is another example of what I'm talking about. Being a CEO head coach, it's not the best move at some times. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin, he lets those guys take their shots. So look at how it's worked in the portal and building that roster. Billy Glasscock had a similar job at Texas, but not the freedom to take as many shots and extend offers and things like that. So another example, this full-on CEO head coach approach very rarely works. So, yeah. Man, I know about Big Red Motorsports. So, yeah. But, all right. I'm getting out of here. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede Podcast with Vince Young, Mac Brown, Bob Ballou recaps the loss to Georgia and talks about where the Horns go from here. Y'all have a great one. Great Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow on Friday talking some Dallas Cowboys. Talking whatever Steve Sarkisian is saying right now in his press conference. And some high school football probably. And, we'll try to do a preview of the visitors coming to town this weekend as well, since there are some official visitors, some unofficial visitors. So, yeah. And, hey, Rhett Bomar has a nephew. He, when I checked 3 weeks ago, was top 10 in the state in receiving, by the way. So, wonder if he'll get a gig at Big Red Motorsports at some point. But anyways, I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. Happy Thursday and peace.